Thanks for everybody being here today. I'm going to ask Marissa to call the roll.
Thank you. Trustee Alvarez?
Here.
Trustee Ballard?
Here.
Trustee Chicken? Chair Collins?
Here.
Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz?
Here.
Trustee Gabadaj?
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Here.
Trustee Henderson? Joining us a little late. Trustee Sargent? She should be joining us shortly. Trustee Thiel is not able to make it. Trustee Weatherford?
Here.
You have a quorum.
I think Trustee Sargent just logged on. So are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, perfect. Just want to show you as present.
Marissa, did you mark me present?
I did.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yes.
And you got Trustee Weatherford?
I did.
Okay. All right. Next, we got to do the approval of the minutes. There were two sets of minutes that went out in the packet to you all. One was from February 8th and one was from April 26th. I didn't have any comments to those minutes that were sent out. I didn't have any corrections. I don't know if any of you all did. Anybody have any comments or corrections to those minutes? All right, seeing none, I will take a motion to approve both the February 8th and the April 26th minutes.
I shall move.
Trustee Alvarez, second by Trustee Sasser. Anybody opposed? All right, we have approved the minutes. First, we're going to hear public comments. I'm going to remind everybody to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes to give all those interested an opportunity to speak. Marissa, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay. I don't know what that says about our new board, but we haven't had any public comments since I took over as chair. So I'm just waiting for that day. It's going to come, I'm sure. Let's see here. I've got to read our ethics and conflict of interest statement. I begin our meeting with a reminder to board members about our ethics policy and obligations imposed by that policy in Florida law. Trustees are public officers of the state of Florida who are invested with the public trust and appointed as fiduciaries of the university. The Board of Trustees ethics policy that governs our conduct requires us to disclose any conflicts of interest present for any trustee, trustee's family member, or trustee's business associates, as those terms are defined by the policy. Having reviewed the agenda for today's meeting and having had the opportunity to consult with the general counsel and the ethics officer about any potential actual or perceived conflict, does any trustee wish to disclose any matter that may impact his or her ability to discuss or vote on any agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the president's report. President McCullough, welcome and good to see you. And we're ready to hear everything that you have to say.
Thank you. Well, it's good to see all of you. Thank you so much for all the support that you provided to Florida State University, to myself, to the team. I think most importantly at this meeting, I think that we need to wish Drew Weatherford a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Drew. I see you're about 29 or something. You look about 29 to me.
29, feeling like 69, I think.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And we're so pleased that you've joined our board and appreciate the support that you've been giving us. So thank you for being here. We have a busy agenda, so I'll try to get through my business and happy to answer any questions. Of course, I'd like to start by welcoming Nimnam Gabadaj, this is his first Board of Trustee meeting. He was at our retreat, but I think this is his first Board of Trustee meeting. He was elected student president this spring, but of course, in true Florida State unconquered fashion, he will also serve on the Florida Board of Governors, as we 2 times in a row have our student representative serving in the student slot for the Board of Governors that represents more than 400,000 students in 12 public universities. This is a huge honor a great responsibility. But we're just so proud of Nimna to follow Tazi, who held the role last year. And so thank you so much, Nimna, for taking that on. It's a lot of work, and we appreciate your representation. Your voice is a very important voice on the Board of Governors. They truly listen to you and expect for you to have strong opinions and play a strong role. So we know that you'll do that well, and are very proud of you. So congratulations.
Congrats, Nimna.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
So we just began Summer B, which is one of our busier summer sessions, which started on Monday. Most importantly, we have among those taking classes about 2,000 new freshmen, including those joining our nationally regarded CARE program for first-generation college students. I think all of that is going well. It is worth noting, though, that lagging COVID impact first-generation students a little bit more than they do other students. And so there's been a little bit of a drop-off in transfer students and some of the first-gen, but we're watching that very closely and being very aggressive on the scholarship side. We had our 5 graduation ceremonies, and our own board chair, Pierre Collins, whose son graduated with a degree in finance, was one of our speakers, along with Trustee Vivian de las Cuevas Diaz, both who gave amazing remarks. And we're so appreciative of your participation in the ceremonies, and so proud to have Florida State graduates stand up and give the commencement address. I think that's a really awesome tradition, and one that I was not aware of, but experienced it firsthand this year. And the pride that comes with that, and the ability to connect with the students, I think is very special. I think you all know, because we say it every time we get a chance, this was FSU's most successful legislative session in university's history. Among the appropriations is the Florida legislature allocated $125 million for our new FSU Health Initiative to build a hopefully academic health center. It's a little backwards, because we got the money before we made the deal. So we're in the process of trying to make a deal now, and we've been very active in not only working with what we call FSU Health Tallahassee, but also activities in Panama City, the ability to build an academic health center, research center down near Panama City, and working with the St. Joe Company and TMA. So those are ongoing. I would report to you that, the best way to say it, I'm not sure that TMH is used to the speed at which we're approaching this. And so I think they've been taken a little aback by how quickly we're ready to sort of get on with it. And so we're just working through that. It's just taking a little bit of time for everybody to get their sea legs, but we're off to a good start. A little rocky at first, but I think we're doing very well. I want to thank George Gonzalez for his support and conversations that we've had with him, as well as Chairman Collins has been very involved. And Governor Alan Levine has actually been extremely helpful to us and supportive. We have lots of meetings with him. And this is his expertise, and this is really useful for us to continue to build those very strong relationships with the Board of Governors, which is critical as we manage the regulation and the operations and the building of the university. So that's going very well, and lots of support from everybody here. I'll remind you that we got $45 million in recurring funds, which was the largest in the state of Florida, bigger than UF. And there was a lot of people who did a lot of great work to get us there. Clay Ingram, the government affairs team, did a phenomenal job. our lobbyists were great. Chair Collins and myself spent a fair amount of time up on the Hill and getting to know people. Kyle Clark with his magic also is to be congratulated. A lot of people played a role in helping us to get there. But again, as I said before, and I said this in my interview, people are people. And George Gonzalez says to me all the time, same thing, people are people. And, I don't agree with everything that the people up on the Hill or the governor want to do or say, but we had great relationships with Wilton Simpson and Kathy Mears and good relationship with the speaker and lots of people, Kelly Stargell, other people. And we're already working on the next group. We have a lot of people that are up and coming. Pasadomo's taken over, Renner. I've already had dinner with both of them, as well as Rodriguez and the chair of appropriations, Senator Broxson. I'm actually going to go. Jay and I are going down to see Senator Broxson next week and visit him. So we have really good relationships with these folks, and with the up and coming class being pretty FSU heavy, Jim Boyd and Danny Perez and others, we remain very optimistic that as long as the budget of the state and we can, don't have a terrible recession, I think we'll continue to flourish. So.
Mr. President, the one thing I would say there, just going back to the governor's office, the governor had a lot of vetoes, and no university escaped his veto pen except ours. So we got good relationships there too.
That's a great point. And I wanted to especially thank the trustees, because I know each one of you played an important part, and you and friends of the university reached out to me or reached out to Chair Collins and said, hey, I'm having lunch with the governor. I'm meeting with the governor. What do you want us to say? And, we're just like, tell them not to veto anything, tell them to support us. And everybody did that, and I really appreciate that, because that makes a difference when you have 5 or 6, 7 important people that play a big role in the state. Tell the governor directly that we, hope that he will support FSU. I think it makes a huge difference. I really do, and so I appreciate all of that support.
I think Trustee Sargent told him that he would never be invited back to her house if he vetoed. Is that right?
Yeah, and I know Deborah. I talked to Deborah, and I talked with Harry, and Harry also reached out to me before he was meeting with the governor. So I really appreciate that as well. And so it all helps. It was a big team effort, and now we just have to use it to take us to the next level. Our university budget, you will approve today, hopefully, are included. The appropriations are included in the $2.36 billion operating budget. This budget's a 9% increase over last year, and we hope that this will allow us to advance our priorities, enhancing student success, hiring and retaining the most talented, best faculty and staff that we have, and making strategic allocations that benefit our faculty and students in the state of Florida and beyond. The support of the legislature here was, $525 million or whatever. We know that they recognize that FSU is a sound investment, and we will be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And so we really appreciate, again, all the hard work. I want to call out Vice President Kyle Clark and Trustee Jim Henderson for their work on a budget. And the other university business that we're tackling today. One thing I would point out about the budget that I think maybe Kyle will cover is that we are starting to feel, rising inflation and just the ability to get building materials and subcontractor squeezes on in and around Tallahassee, and it's really driving up the cost of construction in a significant way. We're on it, but we may. I'm not saying we're even close to this yet, but we may get to a point where we need to start thinking about whether we slow it down a bit on the construction side. So we're trying. When we get to that point, we will, in a fiscally responsible way, bring it back to this board to discuss. But I assure you that we're all over it. But we are getting a little concerned. One construction project came back 30% over budget. 30% over budget is not a number that I've ever seen in my career. So that's the kind of thing that we're going back and trying to get our head around. We're making tremendous progress on our leadership searches. We just finished the VPR search in terms of interviewing candidates. I think the search committee meets tomorrow. Jim Clark, I'll remind you, Jim Clark is chairing the search committee. And I think for those who have met the VPR candidates, I think that we will have somebody that will be really, really good. And we're just waiting for the search committee to make a recommendation to me. But I could tell you that of the 3 people that I met, without tipping my hand, 2 of them, I think would be above threshold. And I think there's a lot of excitement perhaps around 1. So that will happen very quickly. Probably we'll be able to tell the trustees something within days, I'm thinking. Although Jim and I are traveling this weekend, I think we probably can at least give you some indication of where we are sooner rather than later. The Vice President for University Advancement, we've seen 2 of 4 candidates. We had 5 candidates, 1 dropped out. I would say 2 of the 4 candidates, I think both of them are above threshold. I think they both would be good. Some people favor the first over the second, and et cetera. But we have 2 really outstanding candidates to come. And I'm also incredibly optimistic that we're going to end up with somebody who's really, really good. So I think we're getting closer and closer to building the Westcott team. And so I'm pleased on, and I think it will be within weeks. I think we'll know who the Vice President for University Advancement is. So again, by the end of or middle of July, we should be done with that. We're just starting our Chief Marketing Officer.
Can I say something about that, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
All the trustees are receiving the Zoom links, and I would encourage all of you to participate. I've been really impressed by the participation across campus in these interviews. I mean, we've had, dozens in person and dozens on the phone on these interviews. I think, which is good because people understand how important it is. And I would just, again, encourage you all to participate in the remaining interviews for VP of Advancement.
Oh, I agree completely. And I have to give a shout out to the faculty. The faculty have been absolutely tremendous. I mean, the people serving on these search committees are incredibly busy people, deans who are, trying to run colleges, and they have given enormous amounts of time, sometimes going out to dinner 4 or 5 times a week. And meeting with people countless hours, some of the best faculty members at our university. So I've been really, really impressed at how people have really stepped up. That's not always the case. Sometimes it's hard to get people to participate. So I think that maybe as a measure of the enthusiasm of sort of where we are at the university, at least I'd like to pretend that way, at least at this point in time. But I think it is true. We're preparing for the retirement of 2 of our deans, College of Medicine. Dean Fogarty has announced his intention to retire. I don't know the date of that, Jim. Do you know the date yet?
We don't have a solid date yet, but it's soon, and I think the search is moving pretty robustly. So it'll probably be correlated with a solid transition.
That's great. And so we have the search firm. The committee has been put together. Sam Huckabee, Dean Huckabee is going to chair the committee. He's putting a lot of work into this, and it's a really important leadership position for him to be in. So we're really thankful to him. College of Health and Human Sciences, Michael Delp is stepping down July 1. We've asked Education Dean Damon Andrew to step in as dean to watch over that college as well. I think, and Jim has been doing a phenomenal job at working and listening to the faculty there. So I think we're in good shape there as well. We've recently concluded some searches. I think you all know Stephen Ponder is the president and CEO of the Seminole Boosters. It was a national search. We met with lots of really great people. And in the end, through a really good process, Stephen Ponder emerged as the top candidate and did a really phenomenal job in his interview, and I'm very excited to work with him. He's been the executive vice president of the Boosters for the last almost a year, and so we're really happy to see him here. We're very excited to welcome our new dean to the FAM FSU College of Engineering, Dr. Suvrana D. Dr. D is a phenomenal dean. I ran into him, was waiting to meet with Jim, and he and I had, he had 10 ideas that I was ready to, get in the car with him and drive over to the engineering school and implement. He's just got a ton of energy, super creative. I think he's just been one of these people that's been kind of dean in waiting at Rensselaer Polytechnic for many years. He had a really good dean in front of him. And so I think he's just going to be absolutely phenomenal. So we're very excited by that. Yesterday, I was at an outside groundbreaking ceremony. So I took one for the FSU team. It was quite hot. And we did a groundbreaking ceremony for the North Florida Innovation Labs. This is a new facility to be constructed in Innovation Park. Florida State University has contributed $2.6 million, as well as providing a $3 million loan to the research-oriented business incubator, where we were able to make a deal that's very beneficial to Florida State, and also allowed the project to go forward. They were literally within days of the project getting canceled and having to return federal monies that were put into this incubator. This will serve us well as a great place for our student and faculty startup companies, which we're working on building that entrepreneurial spirit here at Florida State University. There's actually a pretty reasonably vibrant community here in Tallahassee. I was over at what is that place called? I don't know what it's called, but there's an incubator over by the railroad yards that's got 20, 30 little startup companies in it. And I found out from Susan Fiorito that our students create over 100 startup companies a year. Now, many of those fail, but the point is that we provide them with access to talent and money and a space. We can start to translate those into real jobs in Tallahassee and build an ecosystem of innovation in and around the campus. So I'd like to conclude by sharing a few academic and athletic highlights of the past month. Our students and faculty continue to achieve. 3 of our faculty members and 9 students have won Fulbright Awards to teach and study and conduct research abroad. This is really one of the top awards in the country. We are consistently among the top public universities for producing Fulbrights. So we're very proud of that. And, the thing is like every time somebody wins a Fulbright, they go overseas, they get recognized, and they get connected back to Florida State University. It's really helpful for our international rankings and the reputation in general of Florida State. Jawole Willa Jozaler, as you may remember, won the MacArthur Genius Award. She just won the Award of Merit for Achievement in the Performing Arts from the Association of Performing Arts Professionals. You may not be familiar with that award, but she beat out a pretty good musician named Yo-Yo Ma for the honor. So, we were very, very proud of Jawale. And then Michael Offer is going to share some of our student athletes' academic and athletic achievements. But I wanted to add my congratulations ahead of his report. We've been working hard and spending a lot of time on making sure we're supporting athletics in the strongest possible way. I think the chairman and I and AD Offered, we have a great working relationship, and it's just almost a daily basis that we're in touch with each other to make sure that we get as I tell Michael, we both agree on this very strongly, that we want to win at every sport, and we want to be the best athletic program in the country, bar none. And we need to do what it takes to raise money and make those investments. One update, I'll just tell you that we've had outstanding interest in our baseball coach position. And Michael has been working on that and keeping us up to date. And I think we'll have some good news on that front very soon. Trey Cunningham, I think that's a name you've heard many, many times, won the national championship in the 110-meter hurdles, and the team taking fourth place. It's our highest finish in 2012, and also won a big award that Michael will tell you about. And then we're getting very excited about, of course, football and soccer and volleyball and the things that are upcoming. So I think, as you know, August marks my first anniversary as president. It's been a tremendous honor for me to serve Florida State University. I think there's no better job in the world. I love the community. I love all the people. Everybody's been so incredibly welcoming and supportive. And I just want to thank you all for all that you have done and will continue to do to help the university and to help me to leave the university. And so with that, I just turn it back over to Chair Collins, and thank you again. And happy to, of course, answer any questions.
Before we get to questions, I just wanted to recognize that Trustee Henderson and Trustee Chicken have both joined the call. So welcome, trustees, and glad you got to hear that. Anybody have any questions or comments for the president on his remarks? Okay. Vice Chairman Sasser is going to talk when he gives his report on the governance committee, but the comments that the president was saying at the end, we are at his 1 year anniversary, or approaching his 1 year anniversary. And he's in the midst of doing his self-evaluation on his goals. He will turn that over to us, and we will each evaluate him. And like I said, Trustee Sasser is going to cover that, but that will be coming up. So that's the only thing I had on that. Okay, let's see here. The next item is the consent agenda. There were several items on the consent agenda. All of these, before we vote on this, just a reminder to everybody, every one of these items are gone over in the committees. If we went over them again here in the full board meeting, it would probably add 2 more hours. But when the consent agenda comes out, I look at it as my job to make sure that we're pulling stuff out of that consent agenda that I think that the board should talk about. I did pull 2 or 3 things out of the consent agenda, and they are going to be covered today by some of the other chairs of the committees. But that said, everybody got all of these items. If anybody has any questions or feel like you want to pull one of these items out of the consent agenda, speak now. Okay. Is there a motion to approve consent items A through P?
Motion to approve, Mr.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Call.
Thank you, Trustee De Los Cuevas Diaz. Second. Trustee Weatherford. Anybody opposed? Okay, the consent agenda is approved. All right, we're going to go to new business and updates. And first up is academic affairs. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee De Los Cuevas Diaz, who's actually joining us from LA today. So I appreciate that. That's the good part of Zoom on some of these meetings, that everybody can participate that otherwise wouldn't be able to. So Trustee De Los Cuevas Diaz, you get the award for furthest away today. So go ahead. Oh, did we lose her?
She's on mute.
She's on. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Little technicalities, but all good. So I'm going to pull up my email. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to do it at the same time. So the Academic Affairs Committee met. Thank you to our Provost and his entire staff for helping us pull things together. Many of our items were discussed and voted on, and I just want to walk you through what we're going to be seeing today here, as well as what's on the full board's consent agenda that we just already voted on, but just so you're aware. Some real simple things that we did was the academic calendar. The Academic Affairs Committee has to review and approve the academic calendar. We did for 2023 and 2024. Prior to the vote for the meetings on the consent agenda, we reviewed it, we discussed it, and we approved it. This, just do want to say this is in conjunction with FAMU in consideration of the Joint Engineering College and with Leon County Schools. So the academic calendar in your board materials that you will see is one that we approved and is on your consent agenda as well. Any questions before I move on? I think it's pretty easy, but I just want to make sure I'm not flying through anything here. Okay. Also, this committee has to see the honor code revisions. There was an honor code revision, regulation 3.005. The amendments were really to comply with current practice and law. We reviewed the changes in the update, and we got an update from Joshua Morgan, administration, the University Academic Honor Policy Office, who gave a thorough report on the revisions and how this process will be gaining efficiency for students as certain aspects are streamlined. We had a really robust conversation on the importance of streamlining and kind of why COVID maybe opened our eyes to allow for us to do things a little differently. The Faculty Senate and the Student Senate have approved the proposed changes, and the changes were publicly noticed in your board materials contain in light of significant changes to the regulations. I just want to make sure everyone's able to look at that. And again, if you have questions, please let's discuss. I'm going to pause. No questions, lots of mutes. Okay, we're good. We're going to continue. Okay, in the academic program, this is an important discussion for all of us. In the February board meeting, the Academic Affairs Committee and the board voted to approve the university to proceed with the exploration process of a PhD in nursing. We all know, obviously, in the world we've been living in, it's so important. But the university faculty and staff have now prepared the proposal to implement this PhD program. The Academic Affairs Committee voted to approve and was included on the consent agenda today. I want to point something out that I'm sure is in your materials, and I don't know if everybody read it, but for me, it really called a great, the point is there's several letters from other universities that highly commend us in doing this PhD in nursing program and actually the actual program and what's going to be part of it. So, you know, if you haven't been able to read those letters, I urge you to, because it just, it was make me feel good when I was reviewing the packet. The goal, just going back, of the PhD in nursing program is to prepare nurse scholars and academic faculty who will contribute significant new knowledge to the nursing and science. The PhD program expands the instructional capacity of the nursing program and is therefore essential to maintaining the nursing workforce in our state, as we all know. The proposed implementation will be the term of fall 2023. Also, during the Florida Board the February board meeting, the committee and the board voted to approve the university to terminate the master's in nursing. The rationale for the termination was in part that the university has implemented a doctoral in nurse practice, which is based on the shift of professional standards. Our provost, Jim Clark, will be providing an update on this proposed termination and the reason for the action items to rescind this termination. So once I'm done with my report, we'll turn it over to our provost to walk us through that. Just for clarity, so the PhD in nursing is one that will be beginning in 2023, and we are going to discuss the rescinding of the termination of the master's in nursing. Admission, we had an amazing, robust conversation on admission with some ideas for the committee and the board of things we can be doing to continue to educate ourselves going forward. John Barnhill, Associate Vice President of Enrollment Management, gave us amazing updates and included, our provost remarks and comments. One of the things that I want everybody to be aware of is that there's a new initiative I want to highlight for the board that FSU Admission will be implementing an early admission decision for in-state students. I'm going to ask a question in a second to our provost to make sure I'm correct, but in other words, those who apply before October 15th will receive an admission decision by December 15th. Out-of-state students and other applicants received by December 1st will remain with the current schedule admission decisions on February 15th. The early decision will be implemented this fall. And I want to clarify, this is only for in-state students. So this will be a huge benefit for those who want to know early. If you apply by October 15th, you're a Florida resident, you will know your decision by December 15th. One other thing that's not in my notes, but I want to put out there, we were not very big, my understanding is, on kind of like a waiting or deferral or any other word you want to use. It was either acceptance or denial. We are going to go ahead and implement in this fall some sort of waiting on and, kind of be put on the waiting list. It does rack students' nerves, and that has been a concern for the university. But on the same token, a lot of people want to come to this university, and things happen in the summer and people change their minds, and giving that person an opportunity to, yes, make a last minute decision is one we're going to also start doing in this academic admissions year. One other report and
Trustee, can I ask you a quick question about that?
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I should have paused.
That's okay. On the early decision, a lot of universities, when they do that, you can't apply early decision anywhere else. You have to pick one that you're going to do early decision. Are we going to have any restrictions like that around our early decision process?
No, it's early. I want to get this right. I think it's early action versus early decision. So it's not tied to you have to go.
Okay.
So we're not going to have any strings. My understanding, Provost Clark, you can, okay. And the other thing I wanted to clarify is I believe we're the only one in the state of Florida that so far is going to offer this. Not to say that other universities aren't going to come right behind us, but I do believe we are first in line to do this. Right? Okay, good. I'm not misspeaking. Awesome. And any other questions with regards to admissions? I do want to take a second and say it was incredibly fascinating. We all know how many applications have been submitted. We all know how many students have come in. And there was a really robust conversation on how we keep our culture, how first gens are important, how we do not forget who we are. And what was really interesting, and I give it to the admissions group in general, is they are very big on not just saying, test score and grade. And they spend a lot of time diving in. And, as these numbers and more people apply, that is not easy. So I really want to commend them for their hard work. We're going to do a little workshop with them in our next committee meeting, and they're going to kind of take us through the process. So our committee gets to see it firsthand. If anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome. But it's really a balancing act. And some of these things that are being added are with the idea of how do we keep true to our values. So I want to thank the entire admission team, because it is not an easy task. And as we and the board and our president continue to move us in the rankings, it's only going to get harder for them. So it's just something we're all going to have to balance. By any means, if there's thoughts and questions, even after this meeting on admissions, things you're hearing that other people are doing, please reach out. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes we can learn a lot from other universities.
You know, one of the things that, anybody have any questions for the Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz?
Maybe it's fun.
One of the things that we talked about, that Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz and I talked about is, you know, she mentioned the culture, but it's more than culture. I mean, if you look at some of our statistics of underrepresented groups and what has happened to those underrepresented groups as we've continued to climb in the rankings, and it gets harder and harder to get into school, we're not only changing our culture, but partially we're changing our culture because we're changing, you know, who is getting in and from diverse backgrounds. And so I know that they are focused on that and trying to find unique ways of making sure we're getting the best students, but also not changing. We're a public university. We have to represent what our state looks like, I think. And so we don't want to get too far away from that. So, Trustee, if you would just say a couple words on that, things that you guys are doing.
With regards to just keeping grounded on who we are.
Well, not only that, but you know, the underrepresented groups, not adverse selecting against those underrepresented groups as we continue to rise in the rankings.
And that's a really good point. And I don't know if everybody knows, like in the state of Florida, they are not allowed to review an application based on any background. So it's blind. So that's something that is challenging. However, one of the things that I think is a very telltale, and it's interesting as a first gen myself, I always talk about that. You know, first gen's biggest problems are test taking usually, or the test is not necessarily a strong suit. So the fact that we do not say you need X test with Y GPA, and we look at other angles, is where I think we are continuing to focus in on those kinds of students where we want them, they do well, they perform well, but if we just did it on the basis of numbers, they might have not gotten in. So those are things we're looking at. We're also we're looking at their application. And that is something, you know, that part of what we talked about is, I think, as we grow our PR story, as the provost and the president are sick of me saying, you know, we have to say our story. But part of this academic story, and something we're going to work on with admissions, is getting out what we did do well and putting our story out there. Because there's this whole theory, there's a couple of theories. If you have Florida prepaid, you can't get in. You know, we don't even look at that. That's not true. We also, we need to talk about what our admissions process is. We are actually reviewing what these students are doing. You know, who are they? Are they having to work and go to school? Are they giving back to the community? That is the bigger puzzle. So that although we can't look at if someone is a Hispanic or Black, we can look at the human being. And that, I think, is the big difference. So far, our admissions group has not changed it, even as they're getting 80,000 applications. So I commend them once again. But this is, I think, a little bit of what you're going to see, God willing, in the fall, is getting kind of our story out on why we do things differently and why we still have 1 in 4 students who graduate as first gens. So we don't want to change that, and we're going to work really hard not to. Okay, the last thing for me to report before I turn it over to Provost Jim Clark is the committee got a report on tenure. We received faculty receiving tenure. I was also giving a description to the committee of the promotion and the tenure process. Janet, our Vice President of Faculty Development and Advancement, will elaborate on that process for the board during the academic affairs update. But it was really interesting on kind of what we're seeing, why people, you know, from a timing perspective, I think what was very interesting is to understand who stays in it, when we tenure people, and then what that means to us at the university. So the process was one that I think became very clear in our committee meeting. Obviously, I don't know that we want to bore everybody with that, but to the extent there's any questions, Janet Kistner is here with us, and she has a wealth of knowledge in this department. And it's difficult. We all know the good and the bad for tenure, but there's also the importance of keeping good faculty as we continue to raise our rankings and make sure that they're not stolen by our competition. So it's a good tool one way or another. So if there's no questions.
One thing I would say on that tenure, Trustee De Los Cuevas,
Go for it.
You all probably saw the news about the bill that never got out of the legislature this year to the governor, but it had amongst the items in there was a tenure review, post-tenure review. And I don't think we've seen the last of that. But at the same time, what I think people don't understand is that we do actually have post-tenure review at the university. We do post-tenure review. But maybe we need to take a look at that, and maybe we need to see how vigorously we're doing that. Maybe we don't do it as much as we should, or if we are doing it, as Trustee De Los Cuevas Diaz says, we need to get that message out, and we need to tell people that. Tenure review, to me, isn't an ideological thing. It's a productivity thing, right? We're paying people, and we want them to be productive. And if they're not being productive, then that's where I think tenure review comes in. Tenure review should not be a weapon, an ideological weapon, but it absolutely should be a productivity tool.
I agree with you, and I think it's something for us to consider with Janet and our provost, just to think through some of your comments. What are we doing? And again, what story should we be saying? Because I think that's where we fall short. So it's definitely something we can further discuss. Jim, do you agree with me?
Yes, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, there was a bill passed, and is now the law requiring the state university systems to demonstrate and report to the BOG on post-tenure review. And part of what I would recommend is today, Chairman, we're going to just do an overview of not post-tenure review, but the promotion and tenure process, which is one of the most misunderstood processes, I think, out there with, and I wanted the board to get a very clear understanding of promotion and tenure. And then I would think in our next meeting, we could talk about post-tenure review. That is, how do we review people that have been promoted and tenured to ensure productivity and that they're moving in professional development in the way that helps them, our students, and our university. So I see this as a kind of a seamless process, and I'm very grateful for the board's patience as we walk through some of these things, because to me, the board having clarity on all of these issues is really crucial for Florida State University. And Trustee De Los Cuevas Diaz has been so deep and wonderfully wanting to be informed and educated, and the whole committee it's been a real pleasure to begin to explore all these different processes in a way that the board can have true clarity about what we're doing in academic affairs. And so I'll welcome that dialogue as we move forward.
Yeah, and I'll add a couple of things. Right now, post-tenure review is sitting at the Board of Governors as they work with the Provost and the Board of Governors to develop what that will look like. I've made some pretty strong statements that that post-tenure review needs to sit with the individual universities. I don't think it makes any sense for us to have the same post-tenure review as Florida Gulf, not Florida Gulf because they don't have tenure, but USF or whatever. We're Florida State. We would have our own ways of evaluating people at a certain standard and certain ways. And the Board of Governors, in my opinion, is not probably the right body to be involved in the evaluation of post-tenure review, given that they would have to learn a lot about the process and the details. But so they're likely to kick that back to the board, the individual University Board of Trustees to have oversight over that process, which we would welcome for sure. And so one of the things that we would like to do over the course of the next several board meetings, and this sort of starting with what Jim is doing now, which I think is absolutely really smart, is to just start to tell you the details about all the processes and everything that goes into it, so that you are well informed about what actually happens at the university in great detail. Because as others have said, this is not a review of whether someone needs to have their tenure revoked. They already have tenure. This is about making sure that they're pulling their weight at the university. And I can tell you, as a department head, a former department head, and as dean, I was not shy at all about making sure my colleagues, pulled their weight. I would take their space away from them. I would give them 0% raises. I would double their teaching loads, whatever it would take to make sure that if they're not bringing in research money and they're not doing something, they don't get to work half time. And so it's incumbent upon us to enforce that and make sure that chairs and deans are doing that job. And I'm sure that the system we have now is not where we would like it to be. So we're going to look at this in a positive way, that this will allow us to tighten some of those things up at the university. But we need to do that and lockstep with the Board of Trustees, because we don't want sort of regulatory, numerical things to sort of come down. So this comes in, this professor is got 9 points, and this one got 12. So therefore that person with 9, we need to decide whether we're going to take their tenure away or something. I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't really make any sense. It's just like admissions, as Vivian said, it's a holistic approach. And I can tell you, as a person who's been involved in tenure committees my whole career, it's very different to understand what a humanist needs to do to accomplish great things versus a social scientist versus an artist versus a scientist. And so it's a holistic evaluation. So we want to, the last thing I'll say is, we want to make sure that we're doing everything that the Board of Trustees for Florida State University wants to see and wants us to do, because you will be our closest partners as we go through this process. And probably everything will be fine, but if things get outside the boundary conditions, we want to make sure that you're prepared to say, well, maybe that's not going to help make Florida State a better university. That's going to make it not as good of a university, and here's the reasons why. So thank you for allowing me to give a speech on that. But
all good. I have nothing else to report. I'm going to turn this over to our Provost, Jim Clark, unless anybody has any questions for me. Okay.
Thank you so much. That was great. And there may be a couple of points where I'll drill in a little more, but thank you to Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz for such a thorough overview of what we're doing in academic affairs. And I wanted to join the president in thanking all of you who worked so hard to provide, to get the appropriations and funding. What we're going to talk about today are just a part of what your support makes possible for our students, faculty, and staff. That's the overview I'll be working through today, and I'll try to keep things moving because I know we have a full agenda. We once again beat our prior record for freshman applications. We had over 78,000. And here's the slide that basically shows what our trustee just described. We've admitted 19,000 applicants in anticipation of enrolling a class of just over 6,000. And that'll return our freshman class to its normal size that fits our capacities as a university. Interestingly, and there's been a lot of buzz, and you probably have heard about this or will hear more about it from people. We've had an increase in out-of-state applicants over prior years. It's part of a national pattern. But I think, again, the rise in the rankings, the attraction of our new president to, our appointment of a new president, and so much buzz about Florida State University has contributed to people from all over the country wanting to look at us and applying. And so we're seeing a lot more out-of-state applicants. We will continue to enroll about 10% of our students from out of state. So the idea that I hear all the time from through email and other things from people, and sometimes letters that come through the Board of Governors, is Florida State is not enrolling Florida students that are gone out of, for them to be so great in the rankings, they're enrolling all these out-of-state students, which is an interesting way to look at your Florida population. But no, we are only enrolling a minority of out-of-state students for a variety of reasons. And we'll talk more about that next board meeting, where we'll do more of a deep dive about how admissions works. I think it is a fascinating art and science that will clarify a lot of this. The standards are much higher for out-of-state students. Their acceptance rate is just about 12%, or they're 3 times less likely to be admitted than our in-state students. So we are very committed to our mission as a public university in Florida. We expect a diverse and very talented class coming this year, and we'll wait till next board meeting when we have all the completed enrollment data for you to look at, and John Barnhill will go over that and share a little bit more with you on the process. And just for fun, we sent our freshman admission decisions out on February 18th. Students shared back their videos of themselves that they filmed while opening their decisions from FSU, and we put these videos together in about a 2-minute video, and we thought it'd be fun for you to see what you all as a board are making happen.
Here we go. I can't do this. I can't do this. Did you get in? I don't know. Your decision. Oh wait. I'm scared. I know. I'm scared too. It's there. Did you get in? I don't know. I don't want to press it.
Oh, stop. Don't do it. Go over there. Go over there. Go over there, and you're going to click View Decision Letter.
Did you? I got it!
Yeah! I got it!
What does it say? I got it! She did it! I'm delighted to welcome you to Florida State University's class of 2026.
Well, that's the best thing I'm going to see all day.
I know, Mr. Chairman, every time I see that, I've seen that a bunch of times, and it gives me a huge shot of adrenaline every time I see it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Our popularity is not limited to freshman applicants. We've already broken our record of 14,200 graduate applications set last year, with over 17,000 applications submitted for next fall. And our graduate application window closes on July 1st, so we'll continue to receive more applications until that deadline. And the reason that we'll be talking even more about our graduate applications and graduate programs is graduate students, master's and doctoral students are crucial for our continued rise in the rankings for AAU aspirations, and also for meeting some of the president's goals around research expenditures. Graduate students are a crucial part of the workforce in doing great science and arts and humanities and professional life as well. So we're very, very happy that graduate applications continue to be on the rise, and it's going to make possible a lot of our goals. Since in the same vein, since we met, several different program rankings have come out. U.S. News and World Report released their latest round of graduate program rankings, and FSU now has 20 graduate programs ranked in the top 25 among public universities, which is pretty remarkable and pretty exciting, including programs in education, business, and engineering, which saw significant advancement along with improvements for biological sciences, chemistry, and statistics. So this all bodes well for where we're moving. U.S. News and World Report doesn't rank film schools, but Variety magazine did name our film school one of the top film schools in North America, and filmschool.org named us among the 10 undergraduate film programs in the United States. So pretty incredible for the size of our school and for it being located in a public university. Finally, FSU ranked among the top 20 again by Princeton Review as a best value college in the country. So these are all wonderful landmarks that we continue to hit and we continue to make progress on. Student awards, since our last meeting, so many of our students have won top national awards and scholarships, further demonstrating the excellence of our students. But I'd also want to mention the intentionality of a lot of our undergraduate, especially undergraduate, also graduate instructors, advisors, program leaders in positioning our students in ways to take the national and international stage. These awards do not happen accidentally. They happen because all of these students have fantastic mentors, college professors, graduate school, graduate level professors, mentors, program directors, to help position these students and write extraordinarily effective program applications in order to get noticed. And when we get FSU students on the radar, they're usually winners. Getting them on the radar is the key. And I want to thank Dean Joe O'Shea and other of our team and the Presidential Scholars and Honors programs for really working with our students, along with people at the college level, to advance the careers of our wonderful students. So we have winners in Fulbright, NSF, graduate fellowships, Hollings, critical language, Motley, Gilman, Udall, Goldwater scholarships, and a Truman Scholarship for Aubrey Hunter, one of the top student awards in the United States. So this is extraordinarily exciting. Along with great student recognition, we have, of course, continue with top faculty recognition. And basically, I'm going to just discuss some of these wonderful faculty that are among the top in the nation in their fields. Jing Wang, Dean of the FSU College of Nursing, was named to the Board of Trustees of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. Dean Wang is the first administrator from the state university system to serve on the RWJ Foundation Board in at least 30 years. And she hasn't even been here for a year, and she's already hitting it out of the park for Florida State University. And she'll probably be speaking briefly about our nursing program. But thank you so much, Dean Wang, for everything you're doing. Anuj Srivastava is a distinguished research professor in the Department of Statistics, was elected as 2022 Institute of Mathematical Statistics Fellow, joining a class of 39 other researchers from around the world. Think about that, 39 people out of an international pool of possible fellows. This is one of the most esteemed recognition in his field. Alexander Jimenez, Professor of Conducting and Director of Orchestral Activities in the College of Music, was selected to work with the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, one of Europe's leading orchestras, on a new recording project. Ilana Goldman, Associate Professor in the School of Dance, has been selected as Artist in Residence at Montana's Glacier National Park. Richard Bono, an Assistant Professor in the Department of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science, has been named 2022 Outstanding Early Career Scientist by the European Geosciences Union. Patricia Holman, an Assistant Professor of Sociology and the Associate Director of FSU's Public Health Program, was recognized by the National Institutes of Health for her work as an emerging scientist. And FSU has 3 faculty have received Fulbright scholarships to continue their overseas research. Yasminka Illich-Ernst, Professor of Nutrition, formerly in the College of Health and Human Sciences. Carl Schmetterman, the William J. Serow Professor of Economics and the Director of FSU Center for Demography and Population Health, and Jen Atkins, Associate Professor of Dance in the College of Fine Arts, all have received Fulbright scholarships. So this is what you're making happen at FSU in academic affairs, and we're very grateful to the board for all of your support and help. As mentioned by the president, we just hired Subranu Day as the new dean of the FAMU FSU College of Engineering. He's a distinguished professor of engineering at RPI, one of the top engineering schools in the United States. And he's the head of the Department of Mechanical, Aerospace, and Nuclear Engineering and director of the Center for Modeling, Simulation, and Imaging in Medicine. So this was a very strategic hire. Not only is he an amazing administrator and scholar, as President McCullough said, but he also has a very strong interest in health science and health care. So this is really, really wonderful. And I'm eager for you to meet him. He's a wonderful person. We have received a major FSU Panama City Triumph Grant with the leadership of Dean Randy Hanna of our Panama City campus and Damon Andrew of the College of Education. FSU Panama City received approval for a $7.6 million grant from Triumph Gulf Coast to provide partial funding for its Collegiate Laboratory High School. And this will be funded over a 6-year period, and the high school is expected to open as early as fall 2023. It'll be the 8th lab school in the state and the first of its kind in Bay County. The Collegiate Laboratory High School is expected to serve grades 9 through 12 with an estimated enrollment of 125 students per grade and admission preference given to dependent children of active duty military personnel. So a very exciting project. Congratulations to Deans Hanna and Andrew. Our strategic plan that we discussed at the workshop a couple months ago is moving forward. We've begun the creation of Strategic Plan 2.0. This plan, as we discussed and you all approved and advised us on, this will be an extension of our current strategic plan and retains the 5 goals that are on the screen of the prior strategic plan implementation with slight changes to some of the wording. The plan will be referenced in our SACS accreditation documentation as the guiding document for the university. And we will be seeking to use the plan to project and continue FSU's transformational change. It's very important that this plan is not a formality, but another tool in the toolbox to really advance Florida State along the lines that the board and the president are guiding us. We've established a strategic plan committee that includes many of the members of the implementation team from the current plan, which makes a lot of sense because the current plan has been very successful. It includes students, faculty, staff, alumni, and community representation. And I want to thank Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz for agreeing to be an important part of this process as well. And we'll look forward to her guidance and her advice. We've identified 2 or 3 leads for each goal, and a cabinet member who will oversee what those leads are doing. And the leads will be seeking broad-based insight from the FSU community and from beyond. So we'll be looking across. We'll also be putting a national have a national lens on this. I think Trustee Sasser had advised that at the workshop, that we really think nationally and broadly, and we also think about the future as we do this 2.0 plan. The model will allow us to move rapidly to produce a plan by this fall. As you know, our current plan expires at the end of this calendar year. The committee is meeting with the leads on at least a monthly basis to answer member questions, assure continuity of effort and product, and to address the interdependencies of the various goals of the plan. And we will be updating you on the progress of the strategic plan at the September board meeting. The content, we have two different components: the approved plan that we published on our site and we submit to the BOG, and then the specific roadmap we will develop to implement that plan. And as you all know, both are important, both to have the plan, but then a very solid plan for implementation. It'll assume the same mission and vision from the prior plan. And if there's any changes to those two large elements, we will be vetting. We will ask the cabinet and the trustees to look at that. As I noted earlier, we'll retain the 5 goals of the most recent implementation plan, and the description of the goals will stay true to the original drafts, but we'll be updating them to align better with the president's goals, AAU ready criteria, state metrics, and key ranking indicators. As you know, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of different standards that we have to take into account as we develop the plan. The intent with the sub-goals is to develop identify the broad campus initiatives that most departments will be able to support to advance the plan. So we're looking for aspirational vision, strategic implementation, and pragmatism. Those sub-goals are going to be defined by considering draft tactics and metrics to assure that they're tactically sound and can be measured for effect. And the hope is that these sub-goals, tactics, and metrics will become the initiatives and tactics that will drive the implementation of the plan once you approve it. And I'll take a breath there and see if anybody has any questions or comments.
Any questions for Provost Clark? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move on to the action item that you all have referenced earlier. There were changes in professional standards in nursing in which the national standard moved from the master's degree level to the doctoral degree level for nurse practitioner education. Because of the change nationally, it resulted in a loss of student interest and enrollment in the master's in nursing degree at FSU, which was no surprise. And following BOG guidelines, we requested a termination of that particular degree. The BOG staff, after we sent that, and you all were kind enough to do that at the last board meeting, after we sent that up to the BOG, the staff called and asked that we rescind this, or the board rescind it, because of, to be quite frank, because of maybe the optics and the urgency of the nursing degree, nursing shortages in the country. And while we felt that our plan was going to address that robustly, Dean Wang was very, very helpful in saying, well, let's retool this nursing degree, this master's level nursing degree that will focus on nursing education and nursing innovations, even while they're launching a new PhD in nursing. And I guess if Dean Wang, did you want to add anything to my description? Because I'm at 50,000 feet and I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
Yes. So the nurse practitioner education at a master level, we actually stopped in 2009 at FSU, was the national trend, kind of trending toward doctoral degree for nursing practice. And so we then in 2019, we decided to terminate before I got here. 2 years before that, I think we terminated the Master of Science in Nursing in the nurse leadership and nurse education tracks because we only have 3 to 9 students every year for the past few years. So really, I think of this as a crisis where we try to address nursing shortage in Florida, specifically for the region, but also think about how can we leverage this degree. We already knew that we had some difficulty recruiting students. So we came up with some very creative ideas, really not only addressing nursing shortage, we think that we can bring students who have a non-nursing degree, enter nursing with a master's degree, and can help the hospital support the more spots for the undergraduate students, but also supply community colleges with nursing instructors. So we really would like to address the nursing shortage in the area in every corner, not only the undergraduate, more nurses, but also more teachers that can take more students for the whole state of Florida. So this is kind of our reimagined plan. And of course, only generating numbers will never solve the issue. We really would like to reimagine how should we redesign healthcare, and we would like to lead that. We would like to be on the forefront. We're not just catching up here, so we really would like to leverage this degree we cannot cancel or terminate at this point and turn it over. We would like to be the leader. We would like to redesign how healthcare should be imagined in nursing, innovation, give them the skills of educating the next generation of nurses, but leveraging nursing entrepreneurship and nursing engineering, a lot of different things that we can do. And this was supposed to be my year 3 plan, but I think we already have the plan all together to do it sooner than later. So thank you for Provost Clark, President McCullough, and all of the Board of Trustees support. We would like to see how we can make it work and invite all of you to help us dream big.
So for those of you that don't know, this item was originally on the consent agenda, and I asked him to pull this out. The reason I asked him to pull it out is twofold. A, the BOG has these regulations that if, it's some sort of, I guess it's some sort of efficiency regulation that if, a certain number of people are not taking certain degrees or classes for certain degrees that we cut out those degrees. And so that was the case here where we had a small number of people. And it turns out, that regulation in and of itself is probably not great because it doesn't make you do what we're doing now and reimagining something. But the second point is, I think it's a good question of how many resources are we going to put towards programs that don't have a lot of attendance or don't have a lot of people entering those programs. So I would just ask the dean, while you're still here, what do you anticipate the numbers being in this degree that you're reimagining?
Yes, we already talked to a few CNOs, and they're like people will be sending in line to sign up. So we do feel like we can get a lot of interest. And to elaborate a little bit more, like we would like to offer different pathways for people to enter. So if they only have an associate degree, they can enter our program and get a master's degree. And for those who don't have a nursing degree, want to enter in nursing, they can enter nursing with a master's degree. So I think part of the reimagination is we don't want to invest on a program that only has 5 or 10 students. So our initial enrollment goal for this spring, which we are really pushing it for spring admission, meaning that we already have the curriculum and plan everything all together. We'd like to enroll a minimum of 20 students for the spring, like what we call pilots, and see where we are. And then we'll kind of go from there and see. I really see that this is designed to be an online program. So we're not only targeting the state of Florida, but the whole nation. So I think our goal is really to increase this and see it as a more online graduate program that is actually revenue generating.
So when you say that they could get an associate's degree and then go get their master's, would they not be going more than 4 years to get their master's?
It will be less than 4 years for sure.
To get their master's in nursing?
Yes. And
Interesting.
then they become, so what we call RN to MSN. So they have already a registered nurse because of their associate degree in nursing. And then they can get a master's degree.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about that? I just wanted to just highlight it because we did vote to rescind it. We're putting it back, and it sort of highlights the Boggs catch-all of numbers only until something like this happens, and they say, "Wow, we can't get rid of nursing. We need nursing." We weren't necessarily getting rid of it. It was just a certain program. But also, I think it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we're going to have enough people in a certain program if we're going to spend resources on it.
The Chairman, this is look at demographics in the U.S. and Florida. We need the skill set out there to help deliver quality health care, and where FSU can play a significant part. Those of us who are becoming overutilizers of the system recognize the unique talents of this degree and the role they play in delivering medicine. So I think it's great when to get back in place to, I think, to help the healthcare delivery.
Thank you.
Okay. So do you need us to take action on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So the request is to approve the rescinding of the termination of the master's in nursing that we did at our last meeting, or maybe it was February meeting. So I will take a motion for that.
Motion to approve.
Trustee Henderson, second.
Second.
Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz. Anybody opposed to this? Okay, it passes. Thanks. Let's keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the Dean for making champagne out of lemons. One of the most, as we were talking earlier, one of the most important functions we do as a university is to promote and tenure our faculty members. And we wanted to take some time to give you an update in a sense of the rigorous process we have at FSU to ensure we promote and tenure the very best people. And I'm going to ask Janet Kistner, Vice President of Faculty Development and Advancement, to share more about this process.
Hi, all. Sorry, we're in the same room. Okay.
I'm just going to leave.
Okay, great. Happy to join you here today, and very happy to be providing this tenure report, which we do annually. We had 38 very deserving faculty who were awarded tenure, which will start this fall for them, and another 9 faculty who were hired with tenure on appointment. That included quite a few of our deans and associate deans and even a president. That's our total number for this year. I obviously can't go through and introduce you to all of those new awardees, but I wanted to just give you a little bit of a sampling of the incredibly excellent faculty that are joining us as tenured members of the faculty. Allison Wing, you see her on the top row on the left, is from our Department of Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences. She's a meteorologist by training, a leader in the study of climate change. She's just simply amazing. Her work is funded right now concurrently with NASA, NSF, and NOAA. And just this past year, she won not one, but 2 early career awards from 2 prestigious areas, NASA being one of them and Meteorological Society being the other. And on top of all that excellence in research, she's also a highly sought after mentor. People come to graduate school to work with her here at FSU and gets rave reviews in the classroom for her undergraduate classes as well. And right next to her is Viet Huang from our Department of Computer Science. He is a leader at the frontier of cybersecurity research, and we certainly need that. and great that he's part of our faculty. He received a prestigious NSF Career Award. as well as a number of other grants in support of his work. And I know from his chair that they get him to teach the most challenging courses in computer science because he's so good at it. And despite the rigor of the courses, is also one who's garnering really terrific reviews from the students in those classes. Michael Killian is from the College of Social Work, and he is a national and almost at this point international leader in his research on pediatric transplant outcomes. At a really early stage in his career, he's achieved quite a bit of recognition. And in addition to that, Dr. Killian is also really sensational at statistics and psychometric methods, so that he's a very valuable member of team science, being on a variety of other projects in addition to his own major line of research, and a critical teacher within the graduate program in social work. And last on that first line is Lauren Schultz from College of Law. Her areas of expertise are in privacy and contract law, as well as law and technology. She is hitting it out of the park in terms of both, not just number of publications, but the quality and the top venues in her field, and also again getting rave reviews in the classroom for her class, including her contracts class. In the bottom row, there's Nicole Ennis, who is in the Department of Behavioral Science and Social Medicine in our College of Medicine. She's received great recognition for her evidence-based interventions for individuals with chronic and life-limiting illnesses. She's a prolific scholar. She's attracted significant external support for her work from primarily from NIH, but also some other funding agencies as well. Next to Nicole is Kevin Jones from the College of Music, renowned for his talents on trombone and saxophone. He's had 19 original arrangements performed, and he's featured on 7 recording projects. He's a stellar teacher, and his students are already getting big awards, even though he's only been with us for the past 6 years. Lauren Stacy is from the School of Teacher Education, as well as the Florida Center for Reading Research. She is a leading early career researcher who focuses on dyslexia and other reading problems in children. Outstanding record of publications, and again, has multiple research grants in support of her work. And last and certainly not least on there is Lance Cooley, who is in mechanical engineering and is in the field of high energy physics and renewable energy. He's attracted millions in grants. He's a major contributor to the Mag Lab. And on top of that, he's also an excellent mentor with a number of students studying with him. So very, very proud of our newly tenured faculty. And these are just an example of that. I wanted to say just a few words. I know it's a long meeting, so I'll be brief, but just a little bit on our faculty promotion and tenure process. We consider it one of the most important things we do at the university when it comes to faculty, who we hire and who we tenure, critical decisions. And it's also one of the most labor-intensive tasks that we do here as well. It's a very rigorous process. It's an up or out system, meaning if you don't make progress, you can't stay here at the university. You have to move on. If you're not tenured after your 6th year, then we give a non-renewal notice. And if you don't get tenure in that last year, we have to say goodbye. We have very high standards for the faculty that we hire. They come to us with great education and experience. We do get the cream of the crop in a lot of disciplines, and so that's great. But still, not all of the faculty that we bring in what we would call tenure eligible ranks, not all of them actually attain tenure here. And I look at these data over a decade at a time, and what I see is that about 1 in 3 faculty who were eligible for tenure, who were in those tenure earning positions, leave FSU before the tenure review. And that's because we do a very good job and a very thorough job of providing lots of evaluative feedback every year, in addition to regular annual evaluations, the supervisors write a progress toward tenure report for them to let them know exactly how they're doing. In their third year, we do what we call our mini tenure review, where we really dig in and have them write their statements and present their work so that we can give them feedback again. And some people fall out of the ranks along the way and either choose to go outside of academia or maybe choose to start over someplace else. What you see in that graphic is those who actually become tenure candidates. So they get told that we think you're ready for review in the spring of their fifth year, which is fairly typical. They put their materials together and I'll show you in a minute what those are. And then we actually start the process of tenure review. So it goes almost a year. Our decisions are usually made in the spring semester, usually early in the spring semester. I have the next slide. And this last slide that I'll show you is just the materials that are looked at once you're a tenure candidate. What is it that our various committees are reviewing you for? Well, first of all, there are secret ballot votes at the department, college, and university levels. They all have access to the same information on each candidate. And importantly, I won't read through all those things there, but importantly, some of the information comes from within, but we also reach out and get external letters from the top scholars in the candidates' disciplines. And these have to be scholars who themselves are tenured, usually full professors, and not people who are mentors or past colleagues of the candidates, because what we're looking for is an objective review from experts in the field. And so we gather that information, and that's what the individuals on the various committees take a look at and then make decisions on that.
Janet, can I ask you a couple of questions about that?
I am happy to take any questions you might have on any of this.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. On the secret ballot, is it a majority vote? What's the standard there?
Oh, did you turn me on? Sorry.
Did you hear my question, Janet? Janet?
Yes, I'm sorry. I lost my sound.
On the secret ballot, what's the standard of passing? Is it a majority? Is it they got to get all the votes? I mean, what's the vote tally have to be?
Good question. At each level, a vote is taken, and the candidate receives that information and can decide at that point whether they wish to move forward in the process. If there is a negative vote, we don't have a specific number that would say you can or can't advance to the next review committee. It's up to the candidate. But candidates who receive a majority of negative votes from their department often will withdraw their application at that point rather than go through. But they may go on beyond that. But in terms of, I think your question really is, when we make the decision positively to award tenure, what do those votes look like? They look like either unanimously positive or very, very strongly positive, maybe with a handful of negative votes. The votes at the department level are typically the most stringent ones and often lead people to pull out of the process. And that's because those are the colleagues that know the most about the academic discipline. But even at the college level, there may be questions about the accomplishments that might lead to negative votes. And then at the university level, I chair that committee. That's a membership from across the campus of all the colleges so that we have expertise at the table.
May I add to that answer a little bit, Chairman?
Yeah, please.
Just because I feel the board may be sitting there saying, how come the board can't take secret ballots then? And here is how this process is structured for open meeting purposes. At no point is a candidate eliminated by virtue of that vote. That's the important first point. Just as Dr. Kistner just said, they make the decision whether they go forward. We consider each of those votes to represent the individual faculty member's assessment of that person's credentials, and it's not a collegial body making a decision about the tenure position of the particular applicant. And it's a difficult process in order to balance our needs as a public institution, as well as the open and candid review by your peers, which is really, really integral to the process and important. So it is not a group decision, it's an individual person's assessment, and that's why they handle it that way.
Yeah, the other thing that's worth noting is what generally happens in these cases is, I would say majority, correct me if I'm wrong, I would say the majority of the cases are unanimous across the board, and probably 75%, because most of the people will self-select or will not be selected to be brought up for the process. If there are negative votes, then everybody that's involved in assessment goes in and digs deep to try to understand the background of the negative votes, because often there could be a few negative votes and they're just like colleagues that don't like the other colleagues, but sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. There could be 3 negative votes, and when the provost or Janet or the deans dig into it, or I dig into it, you can actually find that there's an issue there. And so sometimes people will fail even though they've had a few negative votes. So those are scrutinized in excruciating detail whenever there are negative votes, because if there's negative votes, that's usually not the norm. And also you have to realize that faculty members are extremely critical of their colleagues. And so to get unanimous votes, you have to be performing at a very high level. Jim, Janet, you want to add in?
You said it very well. That's absolutely the case. But it also has a lot to do with those who weren't going to be successful, either withdrew from the process or never entered the review process, which is why you see such strong support once they're actually a tenure candidate.
Yeah, and I would, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would just add also that and Janet had listed what goes in the portfolio, but one of those items are 5 external letters from full professors from around the country in the field of the applicant. And so the idea that somebody is a high quality candidate with a national reputation is empirically verified or disconfirmed through these 5 letters. And the other thing that's fascinating, and it really goes to what the president was talking about, in a mature faculty, I could dislike somebody, but in reviewing the portfolio, vote for their promotion and tenure because of the quality of their work and because of their outstanding achievements, and vice versa. I could like somebody, and I know these experiences from being a dean. You can like somebody, but if all of this criteria adds up to somebody who does not meet the standard, people will vote on the ground at the department level and college level against that candidate. So the president is right. It's faculty are among the most critical people that you'll ever meet, and they're critical of everybody, of themselves, of their colleagues. But many departments and colleges want only the very best colleagues because it reflects on their work and their reputation in their own careers. So just some contextual information.
Thanks.
And generally people who get tenure have national and international reputations in their research and are well funded by major agencies and bring in a lot of funding, are usually excellent mentors of graduate students, great teachers, and great service. Sometimes you'll see somebody that's not that great at teaching and maybe is not that great at service and really, really good at research that might get tenure, but generally colleagues expect all 3 areas to be at the top of their game for someone to get tenure.
Thanks. Anybody else have any questions about that? Thank you, Janet. Provost Clark, turn it back over to you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that ends my report.
Okay, great. We've been at it now about an hour and 40 minutes. I'm going to give everybody about a 5-minute break. We still have a lot to go over, but I'm going to give everybody a 5-minute break so you can blank your screens and go do whatever you need to do. So we'll come back at, so let's say 2:20 Eastern. How about that? Let's see. We are going to go next to Student Affairs Committee and Trustee Weatherford.
Thank you, Chairman Collins. Appreciate that. But before I get started, I do want to say that I have big shoes to fill with Trustee Thiel moving on to advancement. I could see the disappointment on everyone's face, when I got onto our first call. But no, honored to be serving in this capacity. And we had a fantastic meeting earlier this month in which Vice President Hecht really gave us a comprehensive overview of something that is extremely important, I think, to the experience that our students have on campus. I couldn't help but notice, first of all, Provost Clark, thank you for showing that video. I echo Chairman Collins' comments that that was really moving, and I think it's really applicable to what we're going to talk about. I couldn't help but notice all the emotions, people smiling when watching the video, some people crying, not to call out Vivian, but it stirred up a lot of emotions in me because we all remember what it felt like, to have the honor and privilege to go to FSU. And obviously the academic aspect of their experience is important, and the athletic aspect of their experience is important. But, the way I view this committee and what Student Affairs really does is it really is kind of at the center of connecting students in an organized fashion, helping them build meaningful relationships through shared activities, and ultimately helping them thrive while they're on campus. And the A&S fees are ultimately the funds that allow us to do it. And so with this being my first committee meeting, I learned a lot. And so I'll share with you a little bit about, what I learned and ultimately what our committee will be focused on moving forward. But ultimately, as you guys probably all know, right, the A&S fees are charged to both graduate and undergraduate students on a per credit hour basis. And then student government actually has, per state statute, has the authority to allocate those resources. And to put it in perspective, in fiscal year 2022, student government had approximately $14 million to allocate to the following activities and services. So student union operations, campus and recreation, and student organizations and programming. I'm sure all of us that are graduates that are in this meeting, right, participated in one or all of those activities and have a lot of meaningful relationships and memories associated with them. Perhaps the biggest takeaway from the meeting was it was highlighted that in this high inflationary environment, and frankly, with minimum wage going up so much, it's really negatively impacted a lot of these programs. And because of that, student government has been put in a position where they've had to cut programs and hours of operations and a lot of different things. And so the first question that popped into my mind, which is like, why are we in this situation? The A&S fees hasn't been increased in 9 years. So it's been since 2014, since the last time we increased these fees. And obviously, things cost a lot more today than they did in 2014. So it's kind of an unfortunate situation, especially in context of just coming out of the COVID environment where our students were isolated a lot, right? I would hope that and I hope we will be in a position in the future to be able to increase these programs, not ultimately cut them. And so as a committee, there's nothing on the agenda today for us to approve, but what we're going to be focused on moving forward is continuing to be educated on all of these fees and to drill down into each activity and really understand kind of the cost benefit analysis around around each. And even think outside of the box. You know, there are a lot of ways that we've been doing things that I think we can reimagine moving forward. You know, to throw out, you know, one example of that is like health and wellness and fitness. I don't think it's this is a pretty known thing, but the big box gym, like what the Leach is not necessarily where students or frankly anyone in society exercises. There's a lot of different types of digital classes that you can take and studio models and things of that nature. So we're going to explore a lot of that. And then in the meantime, you know, Vice President Hecht and Vice President Clark are going to review different funding options that they will come back to us in late fall and early spring and present to us. And and so I'll close by just saying we're taking a very holistic look at these fees. A&S fees are not the only fees that students pay. And it's really important that we continue to be, you know, not only one of the best universities in the country, but one of the most affordable ones in the country. So I will pause there. I know Vice President Hecht is on the call as well. If you have any questions that are above my pay grade, but I'll pause there and ask for any questions.
So I have a couple questions and be interested to hear Vice President Hecht weigh in on this too. You know, we're at a competition for students, and that competition is both for what happens in the classroom, but the residence halls, dining, workout, fitness, you know, mental health, you name it all. I mean, we're in a competition for students. And that Leach Center, we've discussed this on the offsite. The Leach Center was open when I was graduating, right? I think it opened in 93 or 94, just after I had graduated from undergrad. And, you know, the lines to get in there, I mean, we talked about this. We had 20-something thousand students then. We've got 44,000 now. But I like the idea of maybe a decentralized model. And we talked a little bit about this. But I also like the holistic approach of looking at our fees and seeing what we can do. And if we haven't raised that fee in, you know, since 2014, then we need to look at doing that. It's very difficult to find capital for things like this. And the legislature doesn't usually fund things like this. So we have to fund it ourselves. And so we have to find that revenue source. So whatever you all can do to do a deep dive, I'm not even sure how the INS fee is calculated. I'm not sure what all it's spent on, but whatever you guys can do to do a deep dive on that and reimagine that and find us some revenue that we can then put back into student life in the form of whatever that service is or good or service, I think is incumbent upon all of us to look at that.
And both, I'm not sure if there was a specific question in there, Chairman Collins. There are some revenue generating in the campus recreation and the union. There are some things that students do pay for. They get 2 free personal training sessions now. That has been decreased. And then they can pay for it. Faculty and staff can also pay for a membership. We have pursued swimming lessons and summer camps, and those have been a large revenue piece that goes back into the operations. We know our new union is going to be a tremendous space, and they too will have some revenue goals, and it will be all of the board helping us find the balance between serving our students and putting our students first and pursuing some revenue generating opportunities that may on occasion take away from students, but as a whole will put back in to it. So give you a sense, campus recreation has raised about $1 million in revenue through all of their efforts. So there is potential there, and we'll be looking at it now that we've come past COVID to really look at are we maxing out what we can do, especially in off seasons when we don't have a lot of students here? So I think that's a great way to go, and we'll be talking about that in our future meetings as well.
Yeah.
Chairman Collins, I think our hope too is there's no presentation today, but I do believe, in the future, as we get further along and we can, tease things out a little bit more, that we do come back to the board, not only to educate the board on where we are in our findings, but also with some options of how to move things forward and continue to increase the experience, right, for our students at the end of the day.
Yeah. Anybody else have any questions for Trustee Weatherford or VP Hecht on that?
So Chairman, I know that we have personal experience about incredible family and support around, mental challenges, depression, and the like there. And I think it only mention that is that we always keep that forefront with respect to resources and in the best place for students to come and be cared for and helped when things are not going well with them there. And so it's a comment, but also certainly some point there, a deep dive about what we do there. As administration, really, anything they recommend, something that we can help support that initiative. I think it's just so important.
Yeah. Trustee Gavadaj, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this. I think that any thought or any work on increasing the A&S fee or any other fee that would hit a student, there has to be, you have to have a good reason to do it, and you have to show them what you're going to do with that money, and they have to feel like that there's value in there. And then I think that they would be willing to do that. I know I was when I was a student, because we increased the A&S fees specifically to build leach, right? So I'm just curious of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think, like, for example, just cutting hours at, leach is an effect that's visible enough where I think students would feel that, and it would justify us raising A&S fees because that's something that directly impacts them. So when they notice that perhaps not raising that fee for however many years has begun to have a tangible impact on the services and experiences that they're offered on campus, I think it lends a lot more credibility to us increasing that.
Yeah. Anybody else? Any other comments on that?
Chairman Collins, I'd like to just make one final comment.
Yeah.
Just in response to Trustee Henderson's comment about mental health, which I think is a huge priority and should remain a huge priority. But in fact, all these other areas, right? So, more participation and intramurals, right? People living in community more, being able to exercise, like all of those things do contribute to mental health, obviously. And so, although I do believe we should allocate resources directly towards that, the enhancement of these programs will, by and large, help. And so that shouldn't be lost on any of us as well.
Good point. Good point. Okay, thanks. We look forward to hearing more about it and seeing you guys develop some plans around that. Anything you want to add, Vice President Hecht, before we move on?
No, I just want to thank our new chair, Drew Weatherford. We appreciate your leadership, and I think we're going to have an excellent committee. You do have big shoes to fill, but I have a feeling you're going to do pretty well filling them.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Yeah, we're not convinced you're faster than he is yet, but you'll be better. All right, we're going to move on to our AD, Mr. Michael Alford, for an update. And unfortunately, Mike, you don't have any students to come now and to make you look good. So you got to do this all on your own.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, I do. But we're in person again. I have a great student chopping at the bit, who I look forward to sharing his story with y'all. And I think you'll find it pretty riveting. Going on to my report, if I can figure out how to, let's see. There it is. Staffing updates. We had our new soccer coach, Brian Pinsky from the University of Tennessee. He was formerly the ACC Coach of the Year at Maryland, National Coach of the Year. And last year, they were league champions, SEC champions, and he was the SEC Coach of the Year. Comes with his wife, Abby, great additions to our staff, and really looking forward to everyone to meeting him. Brooke Wyckoff, who took over as our new head women's basketball coach, really excited what she's bringing to the program with her excitement and energy. Of course, we did a contract extension with Lonnie Alameda as softball, and another contract extension for volleyball with Chris Poole. As President pointed out earlier, we're currently in a search for a head baseball coach. It's going very well. I'll just leave it as that. It's not due to lack of interest for the position. We're just running through our process to make sure we have the very right person with high character to lead this program and to national championship status. And that is our goal and that is our standard. Also hired a new voice of the Seminoles I don't have on here, and I want to thank Chairman Collins for all of his input and President McCullough. It's a different position that we're doing. We made this a director of broadcasting, and really it's the way we described it is a chameleon. We want this person to not only be able to talk about athletics when they're out in the community and out representing the university, we want them to also be able to understand what the president's vision and mission is, and be able to articulate that when they're out representing athletics and the university and other entities, and really just be a voice and a face of going out, whether it's emceeing or hosting shows or doing more than what we've done in the past. This is really going to be an extension of our university, not just athletics. So we're really excited to have Jeff Colhane come in. We found Jeff from the North Dakota State Bison, and he's got some serious pipes on him. I think you guys are going to enjoy him. He's worked in Nebraska, West Virginia, and is really excited to get him and his wife down here. Now, he is expecting a baby in 2 weeks, so the wife may be a little bit following behind. But again, he's really looking forward to getting down here. Fundraising is going really well. We're at 11,200 booster members, so that's 83% to our goal. That's kind of pacing ahead where we've been. You'll have a big push in August as people start to even renew their football tickets and join back up. So July, August is normally our fastest rapid pace of growth. We have hit 98% to our annual fundraising goal at 16.2 pledge for the 22-23 years. So only 83% to our membership goal, but 98% to our fundraising goal. So that's a good sight to see. We have already signed up 206 incoming freshmen that have joined our student boosters since June 1st. So continually to grow that organization and all the great work they do. And pretty much our emphasis right now is collecting from accounts who've made pledges, but didn't put a payment schedule. And that's a lot of old accounts that we've gone in. When a couple of years ago, we were at about a 13 to 14% bad debt ratio on pledges. And we have cut that down to now under 1.5 on all of our bad debt. So it's going very well in making those adjustments. Coaches Clubs update, $3 million in collected gifts. That's 122% the goal. All programs reached their fundraising goals. So that's first time in a while, and that's very exciting. Current point of emphasis on that is really adding some benefits for the 22-23 year. We're looking at ticket parking privileges for clubs that can do that. And how do we add benefits to the coaches clubs to grow those numbers even more? Because it's such an important part of what we do for our individual sport programs. Tickets are going very well. We're at 25,000, a little bit north of that. And that is a renewal percentage of 87%. So if we can get there, we're going to end up being about 90, and that 90 to 91 is a great sweet spot to where you want to be on your ticket renewal. So that's very exciting and encouraging. And right now we have the most season tickets. We're on pace to finish with the most season tickets since 2014. So we're really excited about where that's heading and the excitement around the program. Florida State LSU game, which sold over 28,500. You see 697 tickets sold. That's brought in about 4.52 million in revenue for that game. We'll be completing that June 24th and sending out seating assignments. So we're going to have a big contingency down in New Orleans. So it's going to be an exciting time. Capital giving update. You see it for the Dunlap Football Center. We've raised just shy of $59 million with 19 million coming in payments roughly. So that's encouraging. People are paying their dues and people are really excited about the program. Soccer, softball video boards, we have broken ground on those. Those are currently being installed. You see we've raised 1.379 for those two projects and 675. And once again, people are paying on their scheduled time. Looking at the pipeline report, these are different asks that we have out in the community right now that we're closing on. We have 24 million asked in the football center. We have 3 million in football renovations. I do want to point out we have pledged in the stadium renovation since October when we started this process. 44.8 million has been pledged for the football stadium renovation. Soccer, softball video boards, we got 144 out, 110 annual coaches clubs, scholarships, and others. So we have about 31 million right now on the street that we're working to close gifts on. It's very important, coming from the last Board of Trustees meeting, that we develop a facilities master plan. And I can't tell you how exciting it is to look around and talk to people in athletics that have not partnered with the university in previous, and working with Kyle and now Stephen Ponder at the Boosters. The alignment that is there as the communication is the best I've ever been around when I've worked at other institutions, because we have the same goals and vision and the cooperation of what we can do to make sure that we're in lockstep with one another as we move forward on a facilities master plan. So we will be preparing a facilities master plan in coordination with the university master plan. And it's really, you got to do that strategic planning process because it does help us build a bridge. Of course, it's collaboration with the president and the university leaders, and ensures that our alignment is supportive of the educational mission of the university. It will help us set a clear direction for where we're heading for all facets of our Department of Athletics, and really clarity to our mission, values, and strategic priorities moving forward. Most importantly, establish performance standards, something to benchmark ourselves and have a plan of where we're moving in. The planning process will define responsibilities and standards for every unit that we have within our department, and working with the boosters, working with them to develop this plan. It's going to be our most effective fundraising tool, because we'll be able to go out and articulate the priorities of the department and assist us in defining what's the required resources to fuel our success and our facilities initiatives. So we're working together with Kyle and Stephen. I can't tell you how exciting this is going to be in the near future. Football only facility update. We're roughly 50% of the design drawing phase of the project. Populous was just in town yesterday for about 7 hours. Met with head coach Norvell and myself and all the key stakeholders. Construction document phase is the only remaining step. Development completed and drawings were issued May 27th. So we're in the review process of that, and a page turn is set with FSU facilities on June 22nd. So in the design package to be issued to the construction manager between now and there, site utilities, demolition, foundation, structure, building exterior, graphics is going on in FF&E. So the project's moving forward. Thank you to Chairman Collins and Kyle. We're in constant communication about the next steps and looking at ways to get this groundbreaking in December.
One thing I would say on that, Mike, just for the trustees, you know, the president was talking about cost and where cost is going. We have made it a priority to stick a shovel in the ground on this sooner rather than later, because it's just getting more expensive, either from an interest rate standpoint, if we borrow money on it, and certainly from a construction cost standpoint. So it's imperative that we get going. But the other thing is it's also imperative that we build a facility that we can afford. And so the work that the coach is doing, and the work that Mike and Kyle are doing, are to ensure that you know, we're not getting way out over our skis on something. If it's a $60 million facility, then it's a $60 million facility. If we've got enough to build an $80 million facility, then we'll do that. But we're not going to build something that we don't have enough money for. And so, and everybody, talk about the alignment, everybody is in agreement on that, even coach.
Mm-hmm. And we've already even started through this phase. We went through even yesterday and started some DD phases of what we had in there and what can we take out. And let's start that phase already. So just so everybody knows, that's going well. Stadium renovations, working with different architects. We got a selection of architect. The ad just closed, I want to say yesterday. So next will be a selection of that and getting construction documents. We do have images, as you see, so the construction documents phase is the next step. Something I'm really happy and proud to report is just what a great academic year our student athletes and Miguel Negron did an unbelievable job with our academic staff. We have such wonderful student athletes with the emphasis being student first, and what they're able to accomplish with their time schedules is truly remarkable. Their energy just makes us all work harder, and so proud of them. But we ended the spring term with a 3.13 GPA. 15 of the 18 had a semester GPA over 3.0. How about 64% of our student athletes had a GPA of 3.0 or higher. 105 made the dean's list, and 41 made the president's list with a 4.0 GPA. They're following in Trustee Weatherford's footsteps there. Women's cross country had the highest women's team semester GPA of a 3.6, with men's golf at a 3.2, the highest on the men's. Our GSR rates are something to be proud of. We graduated at 85% rate as a athletic department, and 4 programs increased their GSR from the previous year. Baseball is the highest since 19. Men's cross country, football is the highest since 2018, and women's cross country is the highest since 2019. 6 programs had a GSR of 100. Men's basketball, second consecutive year of 100% graduation success rate. Women's golf, 12th consecutive year. Swimming second. Women's tennis second. Volleyball, 10th consecutive year of 100% graduation. And beach volleyball as well. Multi-year academic, the APR highlights, all sports achieved a multi-year rate above 930, which is threshold. Football had 958, which is the highest multi-year rate since 2012 and the second highest since 2004. Baseball had a 975, highest since 2017. Men's basketball had a 990, which is its highest ever. Women's golf, 13th consecutive multi-year rate of 1,000. Women's tennis, multi-year rate of 1,000. And women's volleyball as well. The single year APR rates, football recorded 987, which is the highest single year ever achieved by our football program at Florida State. And 9 teams achieved a single year APR of 1,000. Basketball, golf, softball, women's swimming, men's tennis, women's golf, beach volleyball, women's tennis, and women's volleyball.
I'm not sure if anybody remembers, but I want to say it was 2015 or 2016. Our football APR was among the lowest in the country. So to see it back here is pretty amazing.
They do a good question.
Yes.
How is, I'm sorry for my ignorance, but APR means what?
Academic progress rate.
How is that calculated?
Wow. I'll have to send it to you because it's
just high points. Like high points.
It's making sure that you're progressing towards your degree.
Perfect. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to guess. Thank you.
Now, if you want to get into the calculation, Trustee De Las Cuevas,
I'm good.
That's a tutorial.
No, that's why you're there. I'm good.
We did have 5 student athletes receive Conference Athletic Academic Scholars of the Year. In the ACC, women's golf, Amelia Williamson. In indoor track and field in the ACC, Trey Cunningham. Men's cross country, Adrian Wildshut. And women's soccer, Gabby Carl. And in the CCSA, which our beach volleyball team competes in, The academic scholar of the year was Madison Fitzpatrick. So that's pretty amazing that we had 5 conference in their sports academic scholars of the year. And I mentioned Trey Cunningham as well. The president mentioned he was the ACC Athlete of the Year in men's track. He was the regional athlete of the year in men's track. He was the outdoor national coach player of the year, semifinalist for the Bowerman Award, which doesn't come out till December. So not only is he doing it in the tracks, being the fastest human right now in the hurdles, but also doing it in the academic room as well. And that is my report, Chairman, unless there's any questions.
I'm sure there's questions. Who all has questions for AD Alford?
Chairman Collins, I had a quick question.
Yeah.
How long have they been tracking the APR? You know?
Yeah, I'm going to guess 10 years, Drew. I'll get that exact answer, but let's say the last decade off the top of my head.
More importantly, is there any correlation between APR and winning on the field?
Here at Florida State, sir, we do both, and across all of our sports, and that's something that's really something to be proud of. And the president and I talk about that all the time. And I tell our student athletes when I meet with them, and their 4 years is to graduate in their left hand with that top 20 academic public institution in that left degree in that left hand, and a couple of championship rings on the right.
Yeah,
and that's what we're about here at Florida State.
I say it half jokingly, but I'm a big believer in what Coach Bowden would always say, which is you can't separate one area of your life from another. And I think it's a really good leading indicator.
Yes, sir.
So I looked this up after Trustee De Las Cuevas asked the question. Our APR in 2017, 2018, we were the lowest in the country at 936. You have to be above 930 or else the NCAA penalizes you, but we were the lowest and we weren't winning. So in 17 and 18. So we've come a long way.
We have, and we've made it a point of emphasis, and that's due to the high quality of leadership we have in our department that are constantly requiring our students and making them understand the importance of winning on and off the field. And I think you see that.
Anybody else have any questions? Just like President McCullough is replacing a lot of the team, you've been replacing a lot of the team, and I know you're some of them you're sad to see go. Some of them it was sort of natural, but I think you're hitting home runs so far on your hires, and we all hope you hit a home run on the baseball hire.
Thank you, sir. It's like I said, it's not due to lack of interest. We have our selections to choose from, and we're going to be very excited with the candidates that we have and that we choose.
Well, Michael, also thank you to our president for being one of our new number one recruiters.
Yes, couldn't do it without him. Love getting him involved in all of our searches because it's so important that, and Chairman Collins and the president and I talk about this, is the alignment and really understanding what the vision of the university and making sure that our vision matches that vision of the Board of Trustees and the president, and having that alignment. And I can tell you, it comes away in the people we've interviewed together. It's resounding. The thought comes away of people like, I've never been at a place that everyone is talking the same language at different times and not together. I've had that said to me several times coming out of individual meetings with us. And that's what's so exciting about the direction of the university right now. And a lot of people are really excited to get on board.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Henderson. We actually, AD Alford and Coach Norvell had 5 or 6 of our top football recruits over to the university's president's house. And it was great to have individual conversations with some of these star athletes that were considering Florida State. And some of them have already committed to other places. And, when they left, they were like, wow, you're making it really hard for us to not think about seriously coming to Florida State. I mean, this place is really truly a family, and it's real here. It's not just a bunch of hype. So we're on it at all levels because we are really passionate.
Rumor has it the president even watches highlight tapes before those meetings.
Yeah, I actually went in and I watched all the highlight tapes, especially of the guys who were coming. And these are some of these people are they're superhuman. There was one kid who was a receiver. Okay, I'm not. But anyway, he would get on the field and he just run down the field. He's throwing the ball. He could catch it with one finger, and just every. I mean, it was amazing. The guy's absolutely incredible. I don't know if we'll get him, but yeah, it was fun.
I can't tell you how important that is. The student athletes walk away in my one-on-ones with them. I mean, literally, almost to a person, they're like, "The president watched my high school highlight tape." Football's a big deal around here. So, yeah, it's important to us.
Yeah.
We might even share the secret to Honey Fried Chicken pretty soon here. So.
That's right.
We need to have a retreat over at the Fig for Honey Fried Chicken Day one day at the next Board of Trustee meeting.
Okay. I'm not sure that'll mesh with my diet, but y'all can. Okay. Anybody else?
I'm in for the fried chicken. That's all.
All right. Next up is Clay Ingram, our VP of Governmental Affairs. Hey, Clay.
Chairman, thanks for having me on. Good to see all of you virtually, and at least we're all in the AC, and all glad about that. It's good to see you. I'll get right into business. As you likely know, Governor DeSantis signed took the much anticipated action on the budget just recently, and that resulted in all of our funding priorities coming through. I just want to give you a little perspective. I was in the legislature for 8 years, ran an executive branch agency for 2 years after that. I've never seen an agenda as aggressive as ours was being completely funded and then escaping the veto pen. I mean, legislative delegations, universities, agencies, it's just almost unheard of. And I know we were sort of already turning our attention to next year. I know internally we are, but I think it's important for us to recognize the success, appreciate it, celebrate it, because it's so rare. I think back to my first year in the legislature where our local delegation had waited so long for one of our delegates to become, in this case, the Senate president. And then, the thing that happens after all this work to get that person there is the economy tanked. So it's just the stars line up, and I want us all to appreciate it and celebrate it. So anyway, I know we all sort of already have. I just wanted to give you that perspective, and thanks for letting me do that. So by way of quick recap, and I know you'll probably get a lot of this from Kyle and especially the last part of it, but the Student Veterans Center was funded once again at $500,000. The Institute of Politics received $5 million additional recurring dollars, phenomenal, coming from where we thought it was going to be before the session. The Institute of Child Welfare was once again funded at $10 million. That's the first time it has been funded after it was put in the 21 session as a recurring item. So it's important for it to get to its second funding cycle. The legislature funded performance incentives at $560 million. Of course, we'll get a percentage of that by formula. The College of Medicine received $51 million. That's a slight increase. The joint FAMU FSU College of Engineering received $21.2 million. That's an increase of $6.6 million that they've sought for many years. So it's great to finally get that increase that they really have needed. The Florida Diagnostic and Learning Resource Center received $1.45 million recurring dollars. The FSU Center for Autism and Related Disabilities received $1.5 million recurring dollars. The Learning Ally FSU Dyslexia Center received $1.5 million non-recurring dollars. And then we received, as you already know, much needed funding for deferred maintenance on campus. And all the universities and state colleges received some of this, but our share was $66 million for the Tallahassee campus, $855,000 for the College of Engineering, and then $5 million for the Panama City campus. In the nursing realm, FSU Nursing Education will receive $1.8 million through the Linking Industry to Nursing Education Fund. And then the Florida Post-Secondary Library Network was funded, which is hosted here, and it's a big deal. When that wasn't funded a couple of years ago, that caused a lot of angst to the state college system and the university. So it's great to see that fully funded once again. FSU Behavioral Health received $525,000. And then, of course, the extraordinary above and beyond thing that we saw, which is, again, phenomenal, the construction of the funding for the construction of the FSU Health Tallahassee Center at $125 million. And then we received a remarkable $45 million recurring dollars in operational support enhancement. Those are the most flexible dollars. Again, I know Kyle will talk about, but just we're so grateful for that. Almost done here with the list. But the Mag Lab received $8.3 million for critical electrical infrastructure upgrades. And that was preceded by $7.5 million that was appropriated at the November meeting of the Legislative Budget Commission. So that closes out that LBR request from the Mag Lab on the electrical upgrades. And then we received $16.8 million non-recurring dollars for work at the lab, a project at the lab. And then $58.6 million was received in recurring dollars and $195.6 million in non-recurring dollars to facilitate the transfer of the state data centers to the Northwest Regional Data Center. Kyle and the president kind of poured blood, sweat, and tears into making that happen, worked with staff in the Senate and House and governor's office. So a lot of credit to share there for that. And then that leads me into this. And sort of a danger of doing this because you're going to leave someone out. But I think it's important internally and then at the Capitol to really say a few thank yous because so many people internally and again at the Capitol put a lot of hard work into helping us get where we are this session. President McCullough, brand new to Florida politics. I would love to get his, very candid thought on Florida politics. There's nothing really like it, but he just did an incredible job of sharing his vision, taking time and effort to get to know members of the legislature. And then he and the First Lady put a lot of effort into getting to know people at the Capitol personally. And then those relationships, as you know, make all the difference in the world. Chairman Collins, you have a business to run. You have a family that expects time from you, but you were here every time you were even thought to be needed. And you gave a lot of yourself to move the ball, and it was a game changer. I'm grateful for that, and we all are. All of you on the board, making calls, walking the halls of the Capitol, visiting legislators, staff, the FSU Day event where so many of you came and walked the halls. That's it's a hard thing to do, to go office to office and make this, make the elevator pitches, but you did it. And those phone calls made such a big difference. And we heard back from the members of the legislature that let us know that meant a whole lot to them. So just want to say thank you for that. My cabinet colleagues and their teams, there wasn't an ask of anybody in cabinet that wasn't responded to. And if there was any way that the cabinet members and their teams could make a request happen, they did it without complaint. And the same for all the colleges and departments at FSU. They helped whenever they were called upon. I'm grateful for that. And then the legislature and the legislative staff, President Wilton Simpson, I know a lot of you know this already, but, he not having a loyalty to a school in Florida, probably, a Gator athletics fan, had a lot of affection for FSU at some time, when he was growing up and during his formative years, and loved Coach Bowden. That was a great point of connection for us. But he and his chief of staff, Kathy Mears, who just loves this university and was one of my predecessors in this role. President Simpson took the time. He wanted to get to know FSU's needs, met with the president, met with the chairman, and how he could grow, how FSU could grow to meet the needs of the state. And I think he really wanted to understand that. And then I think, that's what led to the funding of the transformative. We use that word transformative a lot, but with regard to the FSU Health Tallahassee Center, it really is a transformative project that'll raise the bar of healthcare in the region. And, it changes the state of Florida to make it a healthier place and access to healthcare and research and all the things that center will do makes the state better. And then that much needed operational support funding that helps us continue to pursue excellence. So we're grateful for that. And then also also in the Senate, there almost every senator, just beyond helpful. But to name a couple, Senator Kelly Stargel, the appropriations chair, was a rock star for us, as was Doug Broxson, the Senate Higher Ed Subcommittee appropriations chair, all champions for FSU anytime they had the chance. And the professional staff of the Senate were great to us and made sure that we fully understood everything we needed to know as we were working through the appropriations process and the policy process as well. And then the House, Speaker Chris Sprouse, from the Tampa region and USF grad, we had to work extra hard there. But he and his chief of staff, Matt Ball, who is a Florida State graduate, did some things that supported the College of Engineering. That was them. The IOP funding, that additional $5 million recurring, was a House initiative, and we're grateful for that. And the House Appropriations Chair, Jay Trumbull, Renee Placencia, the House Higher Ed Subcommittee Appropriations Chair, again, very helpful. And then the professional staff of the House also went out of their way to help us out, and we're grateful for that. And then finally, I know we've already said it, the president and chairman both mentioned it, but you can do all of that hard work during that 60-day session, have all the success in the world. But in Florida, we have the line item veto, and Governor DeSantis believed in what we're trying to accomplish and supported the programs and initiatives that we've talked about. And his staff, James Upmeyer, who has gotten to know a lot of us on the board and staff, and then Chris Spencer, who's a Florida State grad in the governor's office, and then probably more than I could ever name. And again, I know it's a danger to start naming names, but so many people in the executive office of the governor, along with Governor DeSantis, were just beyond helpful to us during that process. So a lot of thank yous, but much needed, and man, so much gratitude for this session. And it's just, again, when the stars line up, I'm glad we were able to take full advantage of the opportunity. And so before I wrap up, I do want to turn an eye toward 2023. We talked, at our offsite about strategic outreach from this board to members of the legislature. And, in the coming weeks, and I know this has already started, but in the coming weeks, as we formulate our legislative budget request and our agenda for the next cycle and what the university's needs are going to be, strategically over the coming years, we, as a government affairs department, will make sure that you're well equipped. You have a lot of arrows in your quiver, in your elevator pitch, and your ability to advocate for FSU when you're meeting with members. But we'll make sure that you have everything you need in the toolkit. But utilizing geography, we have a sort of a cross section or a matrix of geography of where trustees live, and legislative leadership and delegation members within those geographical areas. So we'll use geography and points of common interest and other relationships you may have. But we'd like to track those meetings that you have with members that you already know. And then we'd like to make introductions to new members and help form relationships with them between the trustees and members of the legislature to, I think that just makes all the difference is those friendships and relationships. So my ask of you is geography is easy. But if you have any friendships with members sort of outside of your legislative delegation, or industry connections based on your job or area of expertise, reach out to me, and we'll proactively reach out to you too. But if you'll put thought into people you may know or relationships you may have, and legislators outside of your delegation or within your delegation, it's good to know that too. But we'll help track that and make sure that we're using information to our advantage as we look at our strategic plan with regard to the legislature. So thank you for that. If you'll put thought into that, we'll reach out soon. And with that, Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions. That concludes my report. But again, thank you all. I can't thank you. Just a lot of hard work went into the last half a year, from committee weeks to the gavel falling at sine die. And then again, grateful that the governor spared the veto pen to FSU. So anyway, thank you again. Great to see all of you, and happy to take questions.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to have a brief point of levity here.
Yeah.
I would like to acknowledge Chairman Collins especially for all the great things that he did, of course, and was so effective in this legislative session, and his competitiveness, his drive. He just did an absolutely remarkable job. There's one area I wanted to point out is the Institute of Politics. I think in this day and age, our Institute of Politics is a huge opportunity for us to bring both sides of the political spectrum together to have honest and open debate, and at the end of the day, maybe agree to disagree and walk away, all on the same team as Americans. And we've had a little bit of a, up and down history with the IOP, I would say, to the point that I encourage Chairman Collins not to seek funding for the IOP, which he summarily dismissed and went out rogue because I told him it was a fool's errand, and he came back with $5 million a year. So I think that is amazing, and I think it will be incumbent upon us to transform that program and lead with it. And so I want to thank Chairman Collins for not listening to my suggestion, and congratulations on that.
You do remember you bet me dinner, right?
No.
You do remember you bet me dinner.
Okay, dinner it is.
Just to pick up on that, politics of the day make it easy to point at universities as, factories for this or factories for that, or whatever the hated thing of the week is. And I agree with the president. Through this, we can not only teach our students how to have debate and discuss ideas, but we can show our political leaders that we're at universities, we're not afraid to have debate and we're not afraid to have discussion. And I think that that's the real vision for, as far as I'm concerned, the Institute of Politics. And I think that we can really do a lot of good for our students with it. But that's all I'll say about that. But I just want to thank Clay and Lena and the entire team for the work. We have external lobbyists, but Clay directs it all. And everybody loves Clay. And we really, it's unbelievable. You took a president who's new to Florida, and you took a board that hadn't been doing much with the legislature, and you really motivated and mobilized everybody. And and the other thing I would say is I can't thank the trustees enough. There wasn't one time when you were called upon that you didn't act, and that's what it takes. I mean, we're all competitive. We want to win, and I love the fact that we won, and I want to keep winning. Right? I want to win so much they're going to say, "Stop winning." I want to stop winning. I'm going to say, no, we're going to keep winning. But anyway, you guys did an amazing job, and Kyle and his relationships as well, just amazing. So let's do it again. No pressure, but let's do it again. I honestly think we're going to have a surplus again next year. I don't think the recession's going to hit or affect our budget until the following year in Florida. And I think that we're going to have a surplus again. So it won't be as big as the last one, but we got to have some good ideas, and it's incumbent upon you guys to get out and be willing to visit with the legislators. And I'm looking forward to Clay following up with each and every one of you.
Yeah, and I expect that I don't want to mean this to be negative, but I expect that it will be a little harder next year, because I think we caught everybody by surprise. And we got so much done so fast that by the time our competitors and naysayers and backstabbers were coming after us, it was too late. The checks had already been written, and they'll be ready for us this time, because some universities in Florida see this as a zero-sum game, and I don't see it that way. I think that I want to see all the universities in the state do extremely well, but I think we're alone to some degree in that. I think our other universities see us as competitors for the bottom line. So we'll have to be hyper aware of that.
Yeah. Anybody else have any comments on that? Anybody? You've got ideas for things that we need to be doing with the legislature? Reach out to Kyle. Reach out to Clay, and he will absolutely follow up on it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, your counterpart down in Hogtown has a new respect for you and Dr. McCullough. And
I love it.
I was so, got a delightful call about that. And
I love it. He can't stand to lose.
He has a new team to deal with. So
he can't stand to lose. I love it. Yeah.
Chairman Collins, I just want to jump in. I want to commend everybody for their hard work. And I think it's just the beginning. I also just want to remind ourselves that, like a few of you said, they did not see us coming. They will see us coming next year. So this time, this summer, this fall is really important. I know we talked about a lot of stuff in our retreat, and I really asked Clay and his team to let's get started on that, because we all are busy and we have businesses to run, as we said, but this is important. And if we start ahead, we can make sure that when session is up and running, we have, placed our seeds where we need to. And I really want to reiterate that, because we don't want to stop the momentum, and this is going to get harder. The other thing is on the Institute, I know that Clay and his team and the Provost and his team are working on some stuff on even better internships and creating a system. And I only bring this up because that's something that has been discussed. And those are important peers that we need to have in the state capitol. So again, to the extent that myself and anybody on the board can be helpful, we are here to alleviate. Both Clay and our Provost, we don't want it all following on you, but these are important little seeds that we continue to put in place so that every year just gets easier and smoother on what we keep doing.
Yeah, that's such a great point, Vivian. The chief of staff for the speaker this year was a Seminole grad. The chief of staff for the Senate president was a Seminole grad, FSU grad. The budget chief for the governor is an FSU grad, right? We've got to keep trying to do whatever we can to put those people in those positions.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I think we're going to audit and compliance. Trustee Alvarez, and you have a new person to introduce to us.
Well, before I get to that, it's an honor to be part of this great group. And when you mentioned that when you graduated, you had something like 25,000 students, that brought me back to when I graduated, there was only 12,000 students. And now I happen to be sitting on a board. I'm not going to discuss my age, but I am so honored, and this is a great privilege. So before I go any further, I happen to be part of a committee that prevents us from getting in trouble.
We want you on that wall.
You can imagine. So the Audit and Compliance Committee. And by the way, before I go any further, I need to give credit to somebody who's very important. Robin Blank, Chief Compliance and Ethics Officer. I want to thank her personally, because if it wouldn't be for her, I would not be able to do this job. I want everybody to know that she's extremely important. Her loyalty and dedication to Florida State University and to the department that she represents is excellent. So with that, ready to let you know what we accomplished during our committee meeting on June the 9th. First, most important, I'm very happy to introduce to you, for those of you who may have not met him, Mr. Andra Baldwin, FSU's new Chief Audit Executive and Inspector General. Mr. Baldwin was selected after the nationwide search to replace Dr. Sam McCall, who retired earlier this year. We had an outstanding pool of candidates, almost all of them sitting university chief audit executives, and an excellent search committee and a search firm. I telling you, was privileged to be part of that committee, and it was a very, very difficult decision. One of the things that stood out was the fact that Mr. Baldwin was going to school to do something that the other people were not doing, and something that is extremely important, which is cybersecurity. So I was very impressed because I think that is something that is going to be very important in our future, especially when we have the Mag Lab, which is we need to be very careful with that as far as that is concerned. So Mr. Baldwin comes to us from Kennesaw State University in Georgia, where he served as Chief Institutional Auditor since 2020. Prior to his work at KSU, Mr. Baldwin spent 8 years in Allaire Inc., which is now Abbott, beginning as a manager in 2004 and ending as Vice President of Internal Audit from 2008 to 2012. Mr. Baldwin is an expert on internal controls, audit methodology, risk assessment, fraud information technology, general controls, and data analytics. And we are thrilled that he's bringing his expertise to FSU and joining us this exciting time of growth. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Baldwin to our FSU family. Everybody,
welcome, Andrew.
You have had the chance to meet our new chief.
Welcome. I had the opportunity to meet him for the interview process, and amazing background, skill set for us. So great to have you on board.
Thank you so much, Trustee Henderson. I really appreciate it. I'm just looking forward to working with everyone, and I'm excited about joining the FSU family and leading the Office of Inspector General Services into the future. So thank you so much.
By the way, one of the things that I think really moved Mr. Baldwin to apply to this job, and especially after the interview, is the fact that we made a very important factor that this is the FSU family, not only the FSU University. So thank you and congratulations. Second, we approved the revision to FSU's fraud regulation and extension of an external audit contract for the Seminole boosters, both of which will appear on today's consent agenda. Third, we receive updates from both of the Office of Inspector General Services and the Office of the Compliance and Ethics. Mr. Baldwin provided an update on revisions to the Audit and Compliance Committee Charter, which we must review and approve every 3 years, and to the OIGS Charter. He also provided an update on ongoing audits for this year and his plan for his annual report and work plan for subsequent years. On the other hand, Ms. Blank provided updates on the CAM's conflict of interest disclosure system and the plan for the rollout to faculty in the fall of 2022 and on FSU compliance with the various sections of the foregoing influence reduction laws. She also previewed her report to the board in September, which will include her annual report and work plan as it has been in the previous years. This pretty much concludes my report. And Chief Baldwin, Ms. Blank, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. I just want to welcome you. I was able to interview Mr. Baldwin as well and was just impressed by the depth of his experience and the variety of his experience. It hasn't just been in higher ed. And so I think that brings something to the table too, from the private sector as well. So just impressed, and I hope you have a long and happy tenure at Florida State, Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you, Chairman Collins.
Anybody have any questions for Trustee Alvarez or Trustee Baldwin Mr. Baldwin?
But I would personally ask Mr. Baldwin to give us an idea where he stands, because he was supposed to be finishing some courses in the cyber security. So will you let us know where you stand on that?
So I am actually finishing up my capstone course in my MS in cybersecurity. So I will be finishing the program in July, at the end of July. So I will have all courses completed and be receiving my degree at the end of July.
Congratulations. And by the way, of all the other people who we interviewed, again, it was a very difficult decision to make, but Mr. Baldwin was the only one who was involved with that. And I think that's extremely important, especially as I mentioned before, the Mag Lab is a target for future attacks. So we need to be very careful.
Great. Okay. We will do one more here. This was a big one, and then we'll take another break. Finance and business. Trustee Henderson is doing an amazing job of chairing this committee and wrangling Mr. Clark on a daily basis. Trustee Henderson.
Well, thank you. And, well, first of all, this committee, and thank you, Kyle, for making us look so very, very good. So the committee with Trustee Weatherford, Trustee Gonzalez, and Trustee Alvarez, extraordinary background, strength, and support for this committee. And I think relate that to the full board, that there's really great eyes on the budget and on the financial side of the university. Starting by thanking the president and the chairman and Clay for enabling the funding, frankly, to make our job a lot easier there. It's looking at funding that can be done in terms of, when and how we spend it, being very much in compliant with Kyle's good work. So we're in good hands with that. And today we've got kind of a busy schedule on some action items. I will go through just some overview of our work to bring the product to you today. Ask Kyle for his review. Probably ask him for his his abbreviated view of that given the time. But then a list of approvals, for you to consider. So our good work started on June the 9th with a committee review. We spent really good amount of time looking at the structure around which the budget is originated. And there's so many people's hands that touch that budget in a way that the communication deepened the university. It is a complicated budget because we deal with multi-year funding and annual spending and keeping those buckets separated, all of the different categories of spending and funding that has to be kept unique there as part of our responsibility. And we do that. And the university has a longstanding reputation of doing that. And thank you, Kyle and staff, for doing it. During the meeting, the 22-23 budget was presented, and we worked really good questions on the part of the trustees, looking at some of the movement coming out of COVID and some of the funding that did not move forward, but certainly meeting from the government to deal with financial issues challenged by COVID there. And then obviously the great work of everyone, including the signing by the governor. The committee drilled down into the process, the staff to utilize, prepare the budget along with the current strategic initiatives, the variances and operating changes. They're a great question interchange with Kyle, and involving some 150 budget managers throughout the university, campus review, balance and sign off by some 2,000 university accounts. We want the board to know that we personally, along with the committee, have worked with the staff to dig into the budget and feel very good about your sign off and getting us to BOG to go forward with it. The goal of the budget was to continue upward mobility and climb in U.S. News and World Report, and we're doing that. And obviously, the great leadership we have, we'll continue to move that performance forward there. And the funding is the mother's milk that really helps make this possible. The proposed operating budget is suspected to be the largest in the history of the university, $2.37 billion. In addition, the committee reviewed and approved a loan from the FSU Foundation to the university for purposes of completing Legacy Hall. And this was brought to the board before. I think these are great initiatives on part of the chairman and others and the dean to look at the inflation with respect to building and bringing money forward to get that project forward. I think as time rolls on, we're going to find it difficult to raise money fast enough to deal with inflation. So I think it's wonderful to get that project going. Further, the committee reviewed and approved to take internal loans for the student union to the external market. The board was heard in the financing plan of both of these projects on numerous occasions, the communication back and forth and the basis of doing it, and hands from the BOG to the state finance officers there getting us approved and really well done with it. Finally, the committee heard an innovative solution to allow students who wish to volunteer to participate in a parking program, and Kyle will review that. It's something that is not a big item, but it reflects the family atmosphere. Again, we've got some parking places that are not being used. And so why not really use that as a way to assign parking with some revenue there to generate a win on both sides with it. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Kyle to go through his review and ultimately ask him to come back to propose the action items. Kyle, again, thank you for what you do with it. You are an extraordinary, servant to the university. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Henderson. I'm going to walk quickly through the operating budget today in the essence of time. I'm going to skip some of the information that you presented that we shared with the committee relative to all of the different managers around campus who review the operating budget. Want to just remind the board of the fund definition, since we do use fund accounting on campus. We have an education and general funds bucket that we'll go through, which really includes funds that are appropriated directly from the state of Florida. That includes general revenue, tuition and fees, and lottery funds. We have designated funds that are generated locally on our campus. We have auxiliary funds that are generated via sales and services. We have restricted funds that are restricted by an external party or group. And then capital funds as well for our capital construction. And then, of course, last but not least, our component units. As Chairman Henderson mentioned, and as President McCullough also mentioned, the 2022-2023 proposed operating budget is up 9% over last year, are roughly planning on about a $2.36 billion operating budget. Our education and general funds are the largest component of our operating budget again this year, and we'll walk through very quickly some of the changes to the proposed operating budget. If you're a visual person, this pie chart just shows you the overall percentages of the various funds and the composition of the university operating budget. You can see the state support, that's the direct appropriation, again, is the largest piece of the pie, followed by a restricted fund group that we get from many of our granting agencies and also some of our foundation funds as well. And that's followed by our auxiliary fund group. Education general funds, largest fund group. It's roughly a $925 million operating budget, 39% of the overall budget. State support is up around 18%. I'm not going to go through line by line. Clay talked about that earlier, and I know we've shared much of this information with the Board of Trustees, not only in preparation for this meeting, but outcomes from the legislative session. This does not include new capital allocations for FSU Health, deferred maintenance, and for the Mag Lab. Those allocations were appropriated by the legislature, but those are over in our capital fund section. $75 million in new funds for state support. Our tuition and fees are up by around 7%. That's due to enrollment changes, not due to tuition and fee costs. Our tuition and fees have not increased since 2013, 2014. President McCullough implemented a number of initiatives this year relative to student success and some market rate adjustments for advisors and for development officers. Those changes have been incorporated to our operating budget, along with class size reduction and the addition of some postdocs that are being hired in many of our colleges and in the Mag Lab. There were some changes relative to our operating capital at the Mag Lab for some projects that they're working on. And of course, every year we have significant expenses relative to additional faculty that we're onboarding and their startup packages. We did see a decrease in the funding from E&G that was being transferred out to capital projects. That's due in a large part to that $66 million that Clay talked about that was new deferred maintenance funds to FSU. In terms of the designated fund budget, roughly $96 million. It's 4% of the overall budget. We're up around 18% in this fund group. The transfers are an additional $29 million. Those transfers predominantly relate to the union debt service for the new student union and also for Legacy Hall so that we can start that project in October based on President McCullough's strategic direction. We saw some expenses increase in this section relative to faculty salaries, graduate assistants, and then also professional services. Auxiliary funds are around $400 million of the overall budget. It's a 38% increase from where we are right now. That's due to the onboarding of the state data center. We spoke about that back in April. It's about $80 million in additional revenue. You can see it broken out there between staff salaries, professional services, and also equipment. We also saw some revenue changes in terms of increases in international programs and also our market rate distance learning fees for courses, additional courses that we're offering. Related expense increases for salaries for faculty and staff, and then of course the onboarding of the data center as we have talked about. Our restricted fund group is $484 million. It's the second largest fund group of the university. It's down around 15%, and that's due to the higher education emergency relief funds that we received last year that are no longer part of our restricted fund budget. Those funds were time limited relative to COVID and had to be spent within a certain timeline. Foundation revenue and expenses are also up in the restricted fund area. In terms of capital projects, here's a list of all of the major capital projects. I won't go through this line by line. It's important to keep in mind that for the capital projects, we're only recognizing the expense that we're planning to do this fiscal year. IRCB, the student union, and the football operations facility are the three largest projects that we have. We've spent a lot of time talking about the academic health center. We're planning to start that project in terms of the planning work this year and have a small allocation for that. There's a list of other projects of around $120 million. We previously had shared with the Board of Trustees the makeup of those projects. It's around 160 projects that are $3.5 million and or less. Here's a list of those, or some examples of these that are in the other section just for your education. Again, if you have any questions over any of the projects, we'd be more than happy to answer them. Our component unit budget is proposed at around $124 million. The largest component unit again this year is our Seminole boosters, followed by the international programs, the medical practice plan, the FSU Financial Assistance Inc., which is our conduit issuer for debt for the boosters, and then the foundation. The component units budget is around 9% increase from where it was in the current fiscal year. The largest increase is in our international program areas. Again, provided previously was a chart that shows the services that the university provides to the component units. 6 of our component units are supported by 1 university employee, 7 occupy university space, and then 6 utilize our PeopleSoft system. It's important to note that our tuition and fee schedule is not changing. Our undergraduate tuition and fees have not, mandatory fees have not had any change since 2013, 2014. I think it's also important to note when we ran calculations in advance of the budget preparation, around 87% of our undergraduate students are receiving some type of scholarship or free aid to benefit their education. Our operating budget is larger than 85 foreign countries. This year's proposed operating budget is estimated to have a $12 billion economic impact on the local and state economies. The estimate includes $4 billion in direct revenue and $81 million in sales to non-residential students, and then $8 billion in lifetime earnings for our graduates.
How much time did you spend finding those 85 countries?
We get it out of the CIA World Fact Book, sir.
Okay.
And where is Tuvalu?
Yeah.
Chairman Henderson, that concludes my presentation on the operating budget. My staff and I, of course, would be happy to answer any questions about today's presentation or any of the information that we sent out to the Board of Trustees in advance to prepare for the operating budget.
Kyle, I have a quick question. Does your budget include the deferred maintenance numbers, and where do they appear, if so?
So the deferred maintenance numbers, sir, are in the other category of the capital project schedule. And we budgeted around $40 million in deferred maintenance for the upcoming fiscal year. It'll depend on the availability of contractors and how much of that we can get done in one fiscal year. We don't anticipate that we'll be able to spend all $66 million in one fiscal year. So we've broken it out over multi-years.
Thank you.
And on that, Kyle, what process do you have to go through are you doing invitations to negotiate, invitations to bid? What's that process? I mean, that $66 million is a lot of separate projects, and I'm just wondering how long it's going to take you guys to weed through all that.
Well, the university has a number of procurement methods that it could utilize for projects based on what is the most ideal for the particular project and the timeline that we have. So we could do a competitive solicitation for each individual project. As you point out, Chairman Collins, that would take an immense amount of time. The university already has minor service contract providers that have been pre-qualified and pre-screened based on their qualifications. And we have about 5 of those that have already met the university's procurement criteria and qualifications. And a significant amount of that work would be turned over to those individuals who have existing contracts with the university for minor campus services.
Okay. I want to make sure we're being competitive, but we want to get it done too.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Cal, I know that on the $293 million on construction, you had gone into really the funding source. I think we can certainly send that to the board if they wish to see it. But it reflects, again, the dedication skill to keep money in its lane and not for, a purpose not intended. And we know from one of our sister institutions that they didn't pay attention to that, and they're still paying for it. So thank you for keeping us in safe harbor with how we're spending money at Trust, and it's obviously very, very important. I guess maybe unless there's other questions, maybe Kyle, if you would present the action items for the board.
There are 5 motions to consider. The first one is to approve the university's fiscal year 2022-2023 operating budget of $2.2 billion, which includes $293,000 for the capital outlay budget. 293 million, I should say, excuse me. Approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 medical practice plan budget of $14 million. Approve the fiscal year direct support operating budgets of $109 million. Grant the president the approval to make any necessary changes on motions 1, 2, and 3. We still have to prepare the operating budget in accordance with the Board of Governors schedule, so there could be changes as we complete that. And then finally, continue the existing tuition and fee structure as it was shown in the presentation.
Great. Well, you've heard the action items. I would, from that, maybe ask for a motion for approval.
A motion to approve.
I move.
Motion made.
So we'll give the motion to Trustee Sasser, and we'll give the second to Trustee Alvarez. Anybody think we need to do these one by one, or you'd like to pull one out? All right, we'll do all 5. Anybody opposed to these 5 motions? Okay, that passed.
Great.
Nice job.
Thank you, Kyle. And I would like to have my CPE credit from that session back last month. I haven't had that really since my CPA certificate. I didn't keep about 20 years ago. So
yeah,
we instituted it.
The next item under consideration.
I'm sure you have a bunch of great
The next item under consideration is the 5-year capital improvement plan. And as the board may recall, we had a conversation about this at the offsite. We have reviewed the PICO eligible project request in line with the guidelines that the Board of Governors set. And the 7 projects that are shown on your screen are the projects that meet the Board of Governors criteria and that we would like permission to submit. The first one is for the Dittmer building remodel. This is approximately 145,000 square foot facility that was built in 1967. The scope of the remodeling includes the replacement of all building engineering systems, including the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, envelope, interior, and relocation of space. We also spent a lot of time when we were working with the campus master plan and talking with board members around the maintenance complex and the fact that the maintenance complex was in the core campus and long-term that needed to be relocated in order to provide for additional space for instructional research and student support. It's a 95,000 square foot facility and these funds would be used to relocate it. The Veterans Legacy Complex would combine the Army, the ROTC facility, the Veterans Center, and the World War II Institute into one facility. Kellogg is a 46,000 square foot building that was built over 50 years ago, and it's a remodel, much like Dittmer, that would be extensive, including all of the building, engineering, mechanical, interiors, the plumbing, and some of the building envelope. Library system work is 100,000 gross square feet renovation, renovating existing library space. The FAMU FSU College of Engineering Building C is additional new space that to be built between both institutions at the engineering college for additional growth. And then the last item is land acquisition in order for the university to be able to expand the boundaries of campus to provide for better student support space. Be happy to answer any questions over the 5-year capital improvement plan.
So Kyle, on the Dittmer building, so the 7 million would be planning in fiscal year 23-24. It would sort of be architecture and permitting and all that.
Yes, sir. That's the request to the board. The Board of Governors has an allocation of how they want us to request these funds. But the legislature, when they allocate the funds, the legislature allocates based on the available funds and what they have available to them. And oftentimes there may or may not be a direct tie between our request and the available resources of the legislature. So the legislature holds all the discretion about how much funding to allocate.
So, but we could go in next year and ask for 79.5 million.
Yes, sir.
And get it all, and that wouldn't have to be spent in a year, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the same with the maintenance complex?
Yes, sir.
We could ask for the 59 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know if you all remember the maintenance complex discussion, but, we have it's probably a 1960s building, right, Kyle, in the middle of campus?
Just the one to be relocated?
Yes. Yeah. We're going to and it frees up about 1,000,004 square feet of building space right in the heart of campus.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an old facility. It's ugly and, it's outdated itself, but it shouldn't be on campus, I don't think.
Yeah, it's in prime territory.
Yeah. It's in prime real estate between, I don't know, the Union and, what is that, Leach Center, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions on this capital improvement plan? Anybody think we need to move this around a little bit, or any of these items you feel strongly about? Okay. Do we have to approve this, Kyle?
Yes, sir. We need a motion to approve.
All right. Trustee Weatherford, are you making that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Gonzalez, you seconding that motion?
I second it.
All in favor? Great.
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay.
The final item is to discuss the proposed foundation loan with the Board of Trustees. Again, we discussed this with the Finance and Business Committee at our last Board of Trustees committee meeting. On May 19th, we had the opportunity to sit down with the FSU Foundation Investment Committee and talk to them about our strategy for moving the College of Business Legacy Hall project forward. And they have approved a loan of up to $20 million in accordance with the Board of Governors regulation. It would be a 10-year loan, and the amount of funding that they have the interest rate that they have approved is 3.03. The university expects to draw on the loan for the first time around August of 2023. The payments will be made from private gifts and donations, and the proposed loan, again, is compliant with the Board of Governors debt management guidelines. We've worked very closely with the Board of Governors staff at the request of President McCullough and our external bond counsel to make sure that the funding plan and the financing plan for Legacy Hall meets the state guidelines and requirements. There's $44 million that are being invested by the state of Florida, and those funds are in hand. There's around $30 million worth of university funds, and those funds are available in hand. The college has $8 million that are in hand. There's around $18 million worth of privately raised funds that are in hand as well. That number is growing and changing every day, I will note. And then this bridge loan would basically be up to $20 million and would allow us to continue to fundraise to backfill the project. But in order to sign a construction contract, we have to have all the funding in place by then. I don't anticipate needing all of this. I know President McCullough is actively engaged in fundraising along with VP Hartline and Chairman Collins, but this is the worst case scenario, so to speak, in terms of the maximum amount that the university would need. The payback would be based on the private gifts and donations that we receive as part of this. Again, most of those will be in years 1 through maybe up to 5. We don't anticipate it taking 10 years, but we've tried to provide maximum flexibility to the institution as we move forward.
Okay, so we have to approve this at the Board of Trustees level, so I will take a motion.
So moved.
Trustee Henderson.
Second.
Second, Trustee Sasser. Anybody opposed to this? Okay, passes.
I have one question, Kyle, on that. Doesn't change my second, change my mind. But what is what are we looking at the total cost for Legacy Hall now?
I should have made that point. I apologize. It's around $120 million. The last time that we had that bid out was in the spring of 2022. We are working right now with an independent estimator. We're hopefully going to go under contract next week with them to have them come in and re-estimate that contract. We expect to have construction drawings near finalized by August, and then I hope that we can put the project out on the street in September to get the final bids in from subs, and then hope to put a shovel in the ground in October.
Thank you.
On the 14th, and Bob, look forward to seeing you there then.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
I just want to again thank President McCullough for focusing on this and breathing new life, and Dean Hartline for staying with it. There's been a lot of progress made in the last few weeks on this, and I know several of you on this call are responsible for some of that progress, and it's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be a big deal for the university.
Yeah, I wanted to say that we've closed on $7 million worth of gifts since we started the mini campaign, probably in November. And Trustee Henderson, we thank you so much for your support and your gift to Legacy Hall. We really do appreciate that. We also have $12 million, I would call it soft circled. It was Dean Hartline and I like to say that people who have sort of verbally said they're going to contribute, but we don't have proposals out to them, all of them yet. We have some of them out, and huge shout out to Chairman Collins for helping us, particularly in Tampa, organize a number of conversations. That was probably the largest, most successful lunch/dinner that I've ever been involved with in fundraising. And I think many of these contributions came out of those conversations, and there's still more to go, including serious conversations, 2.5 to 5 million, 1.5 million, to give you an example, plus closing on a $3 million gift, all coming out of the Tampa conversation. So really quite successful. And then we have another, I would call it $55 million in conversations. One would be, I don't know if we want to wait for the advancement piece of this, but this is something we do need to discuss with Dean Hartline and the board. But we're still in active conversations with Herbie Wertheim about a $50 million gift to name the business school. And we moved the needle on that one significantly. A lot of great work by Dean Hartline to get Dr. Wertheim from 40 to 50, but we have not closed on anything, but there's a discussion that we need to have when we come to the advancement section of the meeting. But things are going very, very well.
It's great to have a president who we can now begin to nickname the closer.
Exactly. He just doesn't take no. And, he's inspiring Dean Hartline he doesn't take no either, but now Dean Hartline's getting a little bolder too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, those conversations are still ongoing. Those are prospects. And so, we'll see how things go.
Yeah, we just, all we had to do was put a moratorium on Michael Alford coming down to Tampa, and then we could raise some money.
Right. Yeah.
We was drawing a circle around it.
Although he has been cited in Tampa a couple of times, so he is in violation. But it's a
last time I saw him, it was in Gainesville.
Yeah, exactly. He's everywhere.
In Orlando too.
All right. What else do we have to do, Kyle?
That concludes my presentation. We have a number of significant projects, but I'm going to cut all those updates in the essence of time. We have a new police chief that just joined FSU that's hit the ground running, and our chief procurement officer was just selected the North American Education Procurement Chief Procurement Officer of the Year, but I hope to recognize them at an in-person meeting in the future.
The one thing I would say while we're talking about capital expenditures, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't know if anything's going to come of it, but I've been talking with the president about this and Kyle. The Indigo down in College Town, the hotel, is for sale. They've just put out the book, and I think it's incumbent upon us to take a look at that. It's a building that we could actually buy, protect our real estate, but also make money at. And so I have engaged some of the people that are on the real estate foundation that are hotel experts, and we have a few of them on valuations and multiples, et cetera. And so we're gonna take a look at it, and we might come back to you guys at some point in the not too distant future and talk about it. But it is an interesting piece of real estate. I think we've been trying for years to build a hotel on campus, and we can't seem to get it done. But maybe this is how we get it done. But I do think it's an interesting piece of real estate, and it's actually something, just like in College Town, the boosters, I don't know how many of you all know this, but the free cash flow coming off of College Town, the apartments and the retail down there is about $2.7 million a year after debt service. And if we can, add another $1 million to that income, it's interesting. Plus, we can use it for academics, and we can use it for hotel rooms for the university. So I just wanted everybody to be aware that that is for sale, and we are going to take a look at it. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. It's 4 o'clock. It's been about an hour and 45 minutes since our last break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we're going to get into university advancement.
I want to thank everyone for your support and warm welcome during this time of the interim role that I'm fulfilling in advancement in the foundation. I also want to thank Chairman Collins, Trustee Thiel, the president, and Peter Jones, who had a long involvement in the FSU Foundation, for taking a deep dive and talking to people in the foundation and the Alumni Association to try to get a handle on some of the things we could do moving forward. So that's just been incredibly rewarding. I like to say that what we're doing is laying the foundation for the foundation and all of advancement moving forward. So I want to give you just a quick update. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Nope, I can't share my screen. If someone wants to turn that on for me, that would be great. We have to do that. So quick update on advancement. So as of the end of May, all of advancement for the university surpassed $121 million, which is great. The foundation, as of last week, had exceeded $84 million. It's one of the best years ever in the history of the foundation. And that number could reach $90 million by the time we hit the end of the fiscal year here. So it's possible, but as of last week, we'd hit 84 million. The only year that beats it in the foundation is the Moran year. If you remember the Moran year, when we raised $100+ million. So this is the second best year in the history of the foundation, so far at 84 million. Our work with GG&A, which is the consultant that the university's hired to do a deep dive on all of advancement, that work is proceeding. It involves all DSOs, and the data collection for that effort is quite extensive. And all that data will be in as of July 8th, and then GG&A will begin working diligently on that. In the meantime, they're going to be working on surveys. They're going to survey our volunteer base. They're going to survey campus leaders. They're going to come in and do interviews with approximately 75 people. And that includes a lot of leadership, a lot of fundraisers, for example, key donors and volunteers. So we look forward to that. Upcoming pretty soon, they have 3 visits to campus planned. The first one is July 13th, when they're coming in to do some of those interviews, and they'll also be meeting with deans in a dean's retreat. But then they'll come in later and meet with DSO staff and also all the DSO board members. So we look forward to that. One date to go ahead and put on your calendars right now, if you don't have it, is the return of the President's Club. This is the first time in, I think, 3 years that we've celebrated the President's Club live. And so that date is August 26th. That's a Friday, right before the Duquesne game. So I hope you can join us for that. And then a little bit of breaking news this afternoon. I don't have full details yet, and we'll send something out about it. But the university won a CASE Circle of Excellence Award for a video that we did a while back promoting the Great Give. That's a big deal. It's a worldwide award, not a district award. So we're really excited about that. We'll be sharing that shortly. So kudos to the advancement team and the comms team and the foundation who worked with university communications on that joint effort. It was really well done. So we'll be sharing more about that. We had a great advancement committee meeting on June 8th. I want to thank Trustee Thiel for leading that effort. He apologizes he could not be here today. So normally he would be doing this. So he asked me to step in. Probably the two main things, there were 3 main things really we talked about at that advancement committee. The first one was the establishment of a committee charter, which you've read and you approved on today's consent agenda. So thank you for that. Another one is the committee approved the naming of the Dr. Persis C. Rockwood School of Marketing, and I'll talk more about that in just a second. The third thing we talked about is alignment, and that's going to be a big theme for all of advancement over the next 12 to 18 months, I would say. So we're looking forward to that. And we also look forward to adding another trustee to the committee. As I understand it, we're down 1 and we need to add 1 more. So we look forward to that. So a little bit about this gift, the Dr. Persis C. Rockwood School of Marketing. So Persis Rockwood was a marketing faculty member for many, many years in the College of Business. Her husband, Charles Rockwood, was a longtime faculty member in the Department of Economics in the College of Social Sciences and Public Policy. They were married 50 plus years before she passed away last summer at the age of 97. Just a great person. Both of them are great people. She was a trailblazer in the discipline. She was the first woman to earn a PhD in marketing at Stanford University in 1960. She was the first woman to earn promotion to full professor in the College of Business in 1973. She was also the first woman to become the president of the Southern Marketing Association, also in the 70s. During her time here, she was a champion of diversity, champion of gender equities and salaries. She wrote the university policy on that, for example, and she worked as a senior economist at the FDIC. So given her list of first, it should be no surprise to anyone that this will be the first school of marketing in the country named for a woman. So it's a very fitting tribute to Persis Rockwood and to her husband. And I don't know if any of you ever had the chance to meet her. She was just a delightful human being and a wonderful person. So let me tell you a little bit about their giving history. So Charlie and Persis had been longtime donors to the university. They had made major gifts to the Colleges of Social Sciences and Public Policy and to the College of Music. They gave over $2 million to the College of Music for a pipe organ that has been ordered and at some point in the near future will be delivered. As I understand it, the College of Music is actually doing fundraising right now about creating a new home for that pipe organ, which is also very, very exciting. In 2018, Charlie and Persis made their first large gift to the College of Business. It was a joint gift, $500,000 to support professorships and $500,000 to support the undergraduate program suite in Legacy Hall. So for a total of $1 million, that money had all come in before this gift was made. So when Persis passed, she left us in her estate, and Charlie decided to add to that to get to a total of $9 million additional for a grand total of $10 million. And so you can see here on the slide, this is a postcard. Assuming the trustees approve this naming today, this postcard will be mailed to all AACSB deans around the world, probably by Friday or first of next week. There's also a press release that's ready to go out. I really do believe that the department, the college, and the university are going to get significant notoriety for this accomplishment, partly because of her trailblazing efforts in the discipline. I mean, she truly, truly was extraordinary. A little bit about the gift structure. So it's $10 million total, $1 million previously committed and fulfilled, $1 million by August 1st of this year, $3 million by December 31st of this year, so a total of $4 million before we end the year, $1.5 million by September of next year, another $1 million by September the following year, and $2.5 million in Charlie Rockwood's estate. So again, I hope you will approve this. It's a pretty extraordinary accomplishment. $10 million is a lot of money. It will totally change the game for marketing education at Florida State University. So Chairman Collins, I'll throw it back to you.
So this is another one that I pulled out of the consent agenda because I just wanted people to hear the story. It's an amazing story. And for somebody to pass away and then leave this and for it to be one of the, I mean, she's a trailblazer again. There's not a lot of named marketing schools, right, Mike?
There's one other, it's somewhere in the Northeast.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted everybody to see this. I it was inspiring to me when I heard about it and saw it, and I just didn't think that we should put it on the consent agenda. I thought we owed it to her to recognize her properly and to for everybody to see this. So if anybody would like to make a motion to pass this, we're naming the School of Marketing in the College of Business the Dr. Persis E. Rockwood School of Marketing. If anybody would like to make a motion.
I make the motion.
Make a motion to approve.
All right, Trustee Ballard, I'm giving you the motion. Trustee Sasser, I'm giving you the second. Anybody want to comment on this or say anything about this?
Yeah, Peter, I'd like to make a comment. I'm probably the only one on this call for sure, but Dr. Rockwood was one of my professors. when I was at Florida State University. And I had the great pleasure of having dinner with her at one of the College of Business Hall of Fames a few years ago and sitting at the same table with her. So I remembered her. She didn't remember me, but we had a terrific conversation and talked about the good old days at FSU. So just a little history there on Dr. Rockwood. She was a terrific professor.
Anybody else?
That's it. I got nothing else.
Okay. I was just waiting to see if anybody else had anything to say. Okay, so we've had a motion and a second and some discussion. Anybody opposed to this? Okay. It passes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really do believe we're going to get a lot of notoriety for this. And it, like I said, it is a game changer for the faculty and students in that department. It provides scholarship support for students, support for faculty, and it supplies an additional $500,000 for Legacy Hall. Plus, it also ensures preeminence because there's a part of this gift that's purely discretionary, which is really, really important to ensure that future leadership has the ability to do what they need to do to be successful. So thank you. Thank you all. The other part that we talked about in the advancement committee meeting was really about alignment. And I think you've heard that word quite a bit today. But Trustee Thiel took us through a conversation about alignment and what that meant in all of advancement. And so the idea here is that all advancement DSO staff members represent FSU. They don't represent an individual DSO. And I think that's important. The end game is to do what's best for Florida State University and the donor, not necessarily what's best for an individual DSO or an individual development officer. And recognize that advancement starts at the top with everyone speaking with one voice. That's very important as we lay the groundwork for the next capital campaign. If we're going to achieve a $2 billion goal, we are going to have to speak with one voice. I will tell you in my time so far in interacting with members of advancement in both the foundation, the Alumni Association, and the boosters, there is quite a bit of appetite for alignment and a lot of excitement around this. So I do think the time is right, but we need to work on changing the incentive structure for development officers to ensure that it's aligned toward preeminence and toward a $2 billion capital campaign. We need to look at revising our gift attribution policies, for example, and support and encourage collaborative gifts across DSOs. So I want to give you one example of that happened last week. It hasn't been fully executed yet, but last week we signed a $5.5 million joint gift between the College of Business, the College of Education, and the boosters. So last week that gift was signed by the donors, and I signed it as Dean of Business. I think it's making the rounds now to Dean Andrew to sign and eventually to the President and Provost. But it's $1 million in cash and $4.5 million in a planned gift, all to go to support scholarships in College of Business, College of Education, and student athletes. So it's a great gift. These are tremendous donors, and we look forward to sharing more about that as we move forward. We also talked about teamwork a good bit, looking at ways on how we integrate our efforts, ensuring that we improve communication within and across DSOs. I think that's critical. We've already started doing that. For example, sharing, giving reports more widely than we have been in the past, I would say. Ensuring more transparency of communication. I know in the foundation we've started doing that, and that's been very much appreciated. And then just looking for ways to collaborate and offer respect. So I will just say that it's been going very well so far. I want to thank everyone in the foundation and the Alumni Association, all of advancement for how well they've supported me and been open to listen to new ideas. And Chairman Collins, with that, I turn it back to you.
Great. I think I speak for everybody here when we tell you thank you for stepping into this role. Mike's done an amazing job of keeping everybody together and while we go through this transition period and working hard to close gifts while he's in the interim position, both for the College of Business and for others now. But I just, I hope everybody will join me in thanking him for his hard work here. One other thing I would say about alignment that you talked about a lot, and I think this is a big indication, and it's not done yet, but I've been working hard with the president and Kyle about creating one endowment. You know, we have the FSU endowment that the foundation manages. The boosters had their endowment. The Research Foundation had its endowment. And I've been trying since I was on the board of the foundation to try to have the foundation have one endowment. There's no reason why we need to have this little endowment over here and this little endowment. And you could just never get it aligned. Well, we've got an agreement from the Research Foundation to move their funds into the FSU Foundation endowment. We'll manage their funds for them. And I just delivered yesterday a draft agreement to the boosters for us to manage their endowment. And I immediately got back two quick responses, one from the current chair of the boosters and one from the next chair of the boosters saying, this looks good to them. They've just got to take it through committee and take it to the board for a vote. That's a big deal. I mean, that's a big deal. So we're all talking about this alignment, but I think that's proof that it's not just talk.
Yeah, if I could add a couple of things. One, I'd just like to offer my thanks to Mike Hartline, who's done an absolutely phenomenal job. You know, when we thought about, when we, asked Dean Hartline to do this, I selfishly was looking forward to working with him more closely. And I think we've worked extremely well together, I think, and I really enjoyed working with him. He's done a really amazing job. And to Trustee Thiel and Peter Jones for helping us to start to make the transition to prep things for the next VPA. So I really do appreciate that. Chairman Collins, I know we're running behind, but I do need to just inform the board a little bit about the Wertheim situation. Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure. Okay,
so we have been approached by a donor named Herbie Wertheim. Herbie Wertheim is a very successful billionaire, made a lot of money in the optometry world by making lenses that change color. He, contrary to popular belief, he got his associate's degree at Brevard Community College and a Bachelor of Arts and Sciences at Southern College Optometry and a doctorate at Southern College of Optometry. He did take some classes at University of Florida, and on his Wikipedia page, he is associated with University of Florida, but I don't think he actually got a degree from University of Florida. He has gotten into the philanthropy game. He was the chairman of the board at FIU for a while. Maybe I should back up a little bit. He's completely self-made. He grew up in an abusive family. He literally ran away from home and picked oranges and eventually ended up in the Navy and created these lenses and as an optometrist and made a lot of money in investing, and then became the chairman of the board at FIU. He named the College of Medicine at FIU and the Performance Hall there, gave money for that. And then he named the UF School of Engineering, and he named the Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley School of Optometry, and then a public health school at UC San Diego. He basically is not an alum. He reached out to us with interest in naming the business school. And that's been going on for a while. Dean Hartline's been working with him. I got involved once I came on board, and we've had a number of conversations with him over the last 9 months or so. We're still in active negotiation with him. The latest proposal to him would be for him to name the business school at $50 million. The idea would be that he would give $10 million up front and then 6.7 after the end of the first year. We generally don't put people's names on schools until they've given, sort of third to half. But part of the agreement would be that once he gave the $10 million and he was on a 6-year aggressive payment schedule, that we would go ahead and put his name on the school, assuming we closed the gift, of course. And so I told him that was outside of our policy, but I would bring it to the Board of Trustees. I don't think it's something for you to necessarily approve, but to generally give a nod in the right direction, whether you would agree with this or not. It's been an up and down discussion with him, I would say, but despite my some difficult conversations that I've had with him, he keeps coming back. So I think we're in great work by Dean Hartline, but I think we're in a place where maybe it's 50-50 or maybe even greater than that. I don't know. But I wanted to bring this to your attention. And Dean Hartline, anything else you want to add?
I think he's serious about doing it. We are, as far as I know, we're the only business school he's talking to. And I do think any agreement we would do with him, we would need to put that in there, that we would be the only business school he ever named. He doesn't seem to be interested in doing multiples of different schools. What he's told me he's trying to do is build an ecosystem of colleges that will work together to help improve the business of healthcare, as he calls it. And so if you look at the pieces that he has, plus with engineering, one of his goals is to put a business school with that mix and then have all of us work together on a variety of different problems. And it just so happens that this idea of business of healthcare fits with what we're doing here at the university and FSU Health and everything else. So the timing is really quite good, I think. Plus, he's suggested he has more money in the future. He's told me once he gets the business school in place, he's done. And his next step is to go back to all the Wertheim colleges and invest more money.
And it's also very important to note that the $10 million would be for Legacy Hall. So I've made that a requirement that he had $10 million of the gift has to go to Legacy Hall. And he's agreed to that. Marissa's also been very involved and has kept up in contact with him as well. So it's been sort of a three-way, us kind of working with him. I've been sort of the heavy in the whole conversation, I would say, and Hartline and Marissa have been the nice people in the conversation. Just because I think I want to make sure that we have an aggressive schedule, and I don't want to be in a situation where we take money from somebody and then we don't, the payment schedule just kind of lapses, and I've had some concerns about that.
Well, his listed net worth is $3.7 billion, and he's got a lot of photos with Warren Buffett. So, a couple pieces that are real.
He's well connected. He's been hanging out a lot with Bill Gates, he tells me these days, and he's sort of working himself into sort. His vision is a little bit off the beaten path. This idea that you would have these Wertheim colleges of different ilks at all different universities, and then somehow he would bring them together as like a think tank or a collaborative group, which is a little different. I'm not opposed to that. I mean, people collaborate with universities all the time. But we just wanted to make sure that we get some comfort with taking the next step.
Where did his wife go to school? Nicole? Did we ever find out?
I don't know, actually.
That's his wife. Nicole is his wife.
Yeah.
Where'd she go to school, Mike?
Not sure she did.
Okay. Here's what I would say. I think getting to a third is really important. I think we've all read about or seen people that made gifts to certain universities and get their name put up there, and then the money doesn't come and you got to take stuff down. I mean, we don't want to be in that position. The other thing I think that we need to make sure is there's nothing in the agreement that gives him any wiggle room on this. You know, it's not, oh, well, you guys didn't perform, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do that. It's, hey, you're giving us $50 million and it's according to this schedule. And, you know, there's nothing that we have to do to cause that money to come. He's the only one that has a job to do. And I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, I think the lines in the sand for me are got to be 10 million up front. 10 million has to go to Legacy Hall. After the first year, he's got to have a third in, which is $16.7 million. And there has to be very strong divorce clause in there if he doesn't meet the payment schedule. And, you know, I don't want to get into the details, but I think it's important that we have something in writing that's ironclad on the payment schedule piece.
Yeah.
And Chairman Collins and I have been discussing this for some time. So
yeah, we've been talking about it for a while. This is the first time I've heard he isn't a Gator, though. So, you know, my agita went down.
Yeah, it says on the Wikipedia page, University of Florida is his education, but I just did some research on him. I can't find a degree from University of Florida.
Well, Gene Deckeroff was a Gator, and he was the voice of the Seminoles. So, you know, I guess there's worse things we can do, but then take a Gator's money. But anyway.
Let's let the lawyers be the bad guys.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on that, Mr. President?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Let's see. Is Bridget with us? I didn't see her.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hey, Bridget.
Hello.
For those of you who don't know, Bridget Birmingham is going to be doing the Faculty Senate Steering Committee report. And welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to join you all here today at the Board of Trustees meeting and give the Faculty Senate report. You'll be happy to know that my report is brief, as the Senate conducts most of its business during the academic year. The Senate Steering Committee has been hard at work this summer, meeting with various academic entities, including President McCullough, Provost Clark, and VP Kistner. We met 3 times since your last full meeting in February, and at our February meeting, we discussed the ongoing university response to the Sandals building issue and other building maintenance priorities with President McCullough and Provost Clark. The Senate has been active participants in the numerous high-level searches as President McCullough continues to fill out his cabinet, including the vice presidents for research and advancement searches. The faculty is eager to give input on these roles that are vital to the university's mission, and we are pleased that there has been dedicated time included on the schedules for faculty input. We understand the timing of the searches, although we would prefer that they be during the academic year. But we are glad that the president is moving forward on those roles. The Senate has been in conversation with the president and provost about recruitment and retention of key roles in the faculty and staff. The Senate has been hearing reports about high numbers of vacancies, difficulty recruiting and retaining talent, and concerns about academic freedom and the ability to pursue specific research tracks in the state of Florida. We continue to monitor this situation and give feedback to university administration about these issues. The Senate has also continued work with the administration on the implementation of the Sustainability Committee. The committee reports that they are developing a grant process to fund research on sustainable practices here at the university. And the Senate's ad hoc task force on sexual harassment completed their deliberations and presented a report this spring, which was a thorough examination of the current state of sexual harassment reports and investigations on campus, with some recommendations for improvement on the current system. The hope of the Senate is that these recommendations will be acted upon or at least considered in a timely fashion to ensure that FSU is as safe a workplace as we can make it. And then finally, we have some updated policies. The Graduate Policy Committee changed the language to clarify what constitutes an underload for graduate students. The language is now broken out to address the various types of graduate students with explicit language for international students. This is very important for their funding and their ability to continue as FSU students. The Teaching Evaluation Committee has proposed that evaluations move to online only in order to ensure greater compliance with evaluating courses and to streamline processes in the Office of Distance Learning. We approve both of those. And finally, Trustee Chicken was reelected as Senate President for the upcoming year, and we are glad that he can continue his work with all of you and represent faculty on this board. That concludes my report.
Well, that was quick.
I know.
Wow. So I'm sorry you had to stay there the whole time to give that shorter report. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Birmingham? The only question I have is some of the reports that you alluded to. I don't know where those go, but I would be interested in seeing some of them. So, Mr. President, if you could, maybe see that the trustees receive some of those reports and we can talk about them. But I would like to read that if that's something that this faculty senate has taken enough time to put out. I think that it's been coming upon us to take a look at that stuff.
I can pass that on to Marissa.
Great. That would be great. Any other questions? The last thing I would say on that is, look, we share the faculty senate's concern on academic freedom and discussion and debate and freedom of speech and all of that. So I think that we talk about it at every one of our meetings, but we all have to be vigilant, and we all have to make sure that we're not infringing on that. And I think that this board has said it's committed to it, and I think we're proving that we're committed to it. But we appreciate your vigilance and your comments on that.
Thank you.
Okay, Nimna, Trustee Gabadash, going to give us a report on the Student Government Association. Speaking of being slow for student government, the summer's kind of slow, but thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Collins. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be able to give this first update on behalf of student government today. We are in our first real month within our administration, and students kind of just begun flowing back into Tallahassee. So for this update, I kind of wanted to take a different approach than has been done prior. I wanted to give a more holistic update on kind of the state of the student body in general and their accomplishments rather than on the work of student government alone. So this upcoming semester will truly be the first normal semester for our student body since almost 2018. Not only have we operated through a global pandemic, but we have also not had a central space on our campus to share as a community for quite some time. So with the return of our student union, we are poised to revive the student engagement that makes Florida State so special. In regards to student success, over the course of the past semester, we have had numerous students rewarded for their academic achievements by virtue of scholarships and fellowships, like previously mentioned by the president and the provost. 9 FSU students earned Fulbright scholarships. We had the president of the Student Senate awarded a Truman Scholarship as well as a Udall Scholarship. And 9 students were all awarded Gilman Scholarships by the U.S. Department of State. FSU students have also made incredibly large contributions to their community through active fundraising and partnerships with philanthropic initiatives. The 2022 Dance Marathon had more than 3,000 student participants who worked together to raise over $1.5 million for pediatric cancer research. Just recently, in April of this year, the FSU branch of Relay for Life raised nearly $100,000 for cancer research and treatments. Our Greek organizations raised more than $260,000 at a single event in support of their philanthropies. And our student foundation raised almost $20,000 in just under 24 hours to support counseling and psychological services, as well as student affairs. In line with our growing prominence as a major research institution, our students are doing their part to explore areas of academic interest as well. This past semester, the Undergraduate Research Symposium was held in person for the first time since 2019. And many different topics were showcased to further educate and inform guests on relevant data for the general public. We've also seen a plethora of strides in student life as well. As the end of the fiscal year comes up, the student government allocated $14.5 million in the past year, including $6.2 million for campus rec, $4.6 million for the union, and millions to fund our agencies, bureaus, student organizations, and just other various projects like the Medical Response Unit. We also have seen 2 new IFC fraternities expand to our campus, which is wonderful this past semester, Chi Phi and Delta Sigma Phi. And with that, just to conclude, we as a student government, we are incredibly excited to just continue to support and create more projects this upcoming year that will build on this incredible momentum of student success. I really think it is a testament to the caliber of students we have, whose achievements I think are very emblematic of a top 20 public university. And with that, I will give that back to you, Chairman Collins.
Thank you, Trustee Gabadaj. Any questions for Trustee Gabadaj? I just want to again congratulate you on becoming president of the Florida Student Association and thereby getting the spot on the Florida Board of Governors. It's important for us. We need all the people in all the right places, and we're proud of you for that, and we're thankful for your service there as well. I don't know how you're going to class, but keep going to class. We can't lose you.
I haven't had to deal with it yet because it's something that I think we'll play by ear when fall hits.
All right. Next is the research committee. Trustee Gonzalez is the chair of that committee, and I know they've been doing quite a bit of work. And I will turn it over to Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. I do want to mention that I think everybody knows that building out our health-related research portfolio is a major focus. So the Office for the Vice President of Research is working at cementing relationships across the region with healthcare partners. And obviously, we're all excited about the potential of FSU Health. We're all excited about the potential relationship with TMH. I think the president provided a pretty good update on where that process is. Another partner that we're very excited about continuing to work with is the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville. A delegation from research recently visited the Mayo facility to tour the facilities and discuss how to build up the successful work centered around students and bring it to the next level with faculty-led research collaborations. I think it's important to note that FSU has had a number of collaborations with the Mayo Clinic in the past. So this dialogue and this discussion is just a way of trying to figure out a way to further those relationships. One quick update along those lines, our staff in the Office of Clinical Research and Advancement, or OCRA, as well as our Chief Clinical Research Officer, Joe Frisella, have been working hard with faculty to facilitate clinical research opportunities. OCRA recently opened a clinical research and trials unit facility in Innovation Park. It's a 2,200 square foot facility that has resources to collect, process, and store specimens. That's something that hopefully over time will continue to grow. One quick update, we don't often talk about younger faculty, but a record 7 assistant professors have received the National Science Foundation Career Award this cycle. This is the most prestigious award that a young faculty member can receive from the NSF. It supports their research and also gives them the opportunity to work closely with NSF programs as they develop their respective research portfolios and agendas. So we're pretty excited about that and pretty proud. I think next, I'd like to turn it over to Carrie Peluso, Associate VP for Research. Our interim VP for Research is traveling on a family matter. Dr. Mark Riley, we wish him and his family well. So Carrie, I will hand it over to you. So maybe you can go through a quick update and status.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. I'll go through this fairly quick. Fortunately, it's good news that I have here on most cases, well, all cases actually right now. The first update is going to be on proposals, awards, and research expenditures as of May 31st, 2022. Then I'm going to show where we are with HERD. Now, so for everyone understands what HERD is, it's the NSF Higher Education Research and Development Survey. It's something that we prepare and report on annually. It isn't a number that we can easily pull out at any point because it includes things like unrecovered F&A and costs that are not captured as part of contracts and grants. However, there is a lot of it that we can pull out. So we're pulling that out and we're showing you the trends from last year to this year. So we also have some data on the top 10 research centers for the departments and for bringing in research expenditures, F&A recovery, and the last item we have is the top 10 sponsors. So if you look at this, you'll see the proposal amounts from fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. It looks like it's down, which it is, but we did, if you see to the right, during fiscal year 21, there was a $299 million renewal proposal submitted by the Mag Lab. So that made a big amount of the difference. Also in fiscal year 21, if you recall, because the pandemic, we were closed quite a bit. So there was more time when people couldn't work on their research to work on proposals. But if we look back to fiscal year 20, we're doing about the same and actually better because we had also a large award in that year that we didn't have this year. So looking at awards, this is something, we've got two different bars for fiscal year 21. So the fiscal year 21 bottom bar, that white section is the CARES funding. So it's the higher education relief funds that we received. They came in from the federal government and they were captured in our numbers for last year for federal funding. If you look up to the middle category, it shows you what the awards were for research and sponsored programs removing the CARES to give you a picture of what that was. And then if you look at the top, it shows you where we are in fiscal year 22. So our awards are up over 32%. So that's certainly something very promising because it shows that our expenditures will follow our awards as they come in. Now looking at expenditures, while the awards for the CARES funding was received in last year, fiscal year 21, the spending for most of the CARES dollars is occurring in this year, fiscal year 22. So if you see the black line, that's at the top, that's showing the total of expenditures and the trends they went, including the CARES dollar. The bottom line, the blue line, is removing the CARES from that. So you can see our expenditures are still up significantly, even removing the CARES funding from there. So this table is just showing research expenditures by source. And this is the expenditures that pulls together the information that we can for the that will be on the HERD survey. So if you look at this under the total, we're up 16.4% from where we were last year. So the blue is last year and the gray is this year. So we're trending up from where we were last year at this point, which is great. That would lead us to have certainly higher numbers for our HERD survey this year.
Carrie, can I ask a question?
Sure.
If I look at the state numbers, it look like $5 million in the state. That's, to me, that seems significantly lower than I would expect, given that the state gives us money to invest in all kinds of things like reading research and for the engineering school and all kinds of stuff like that. So can you explain that to me, why those numbers look so low compared to what I...
These are the state awards that we receive for research or sponsored awards. So it doesn't include any E&G funding. It's just specifically research and sponsored awards. Now, at the end of the year, when we go through our looking at the whole, for the HERD survey, there are costs for research that could be captured in E&G funding. They wouldn't be something that we could bring easily into here. So what we do when we go through the HERD survey is we bring in things like unrecovered F&A, we'll bring in departmental research effort, and C&G, anything that's not in C&G, if there's expenditures that were made for their research, we'll bring those in. But there's no easy way to track those during the year at this point.
But where do they get captured? So, I mean, we are spending money that we get from the state on research. So where do those appear in these totals?
Well, internal, for SRAD, our SRAD, which comes in turn, that's our internal funding. And other money that's allocated could be an internal, is where it would be. So,
so pulling SRAD out, because that's a overhead recovery fund. But like if the state gives $6 million in engineering and they take $4 million of it and spend on research, how is that counted, or we need to work on trying to figure out how to count that?
No, that would definitely, if they spend it on research, it would definitely be captured. But if it was, say, if it was E&G funding, it wouldn't necessarily be captured in here right now. So that's why when the HERD surveys pulled together at the end of after the close of the fiscal year, and this is typical at all universities, is then someone's got to sit and do all the math and go through. So, and we are working on having codes for them to code certain things for research, but.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and here is research expenditures by department. This is just for everyone's information. It's the top 10 research expenditures by, on the left is by the department or center, and then it's the top 10 amounts of total recovered F&A for the year. And that's not for the full year, it's through as of May 31st. And then here is the research expenditures by sponsor. So it gives you an idea. NSF still by far is our highest funding agency, and NIH is going up. So there's some increases there. Any other questions?
Anybody have any questions? Okay. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you.
No, that's our presentation, Mr. Chairman. And I think, like Mr. President alluded to at the beginning of the meeting, we look forward to new VP of Research coming on board, providing leadership and helping us navigate to get to the next level.
Carrie, have you been impressed with the candidates thus far?
Yes, I was. Yeah, all three of them I was impressed with.
Yeah. So can we go wrong with one of them versus the others, or are they all pretty good?
I think they're all pretty good. There's two I probably would put higher, but I think they're all good.
Okay.
Lots of things to look at.
Great.
I think one thing that's really important, and I'm going to put a lot of pressure on the new VPR and our CFO, is that we really need to capture all the expenditures that we spend on research. And I know you're working on it, and I know it's hard, and I know it takes a lot of work, but every other university spends a lot of time capturing the internal resources that are spent. And I think that we're underreporting. If I look at how much money FIU and FAU reports by state expenditures, we're below them. And that doesn't make any sense to me. And I just feel like we're leaving a lot of money on the table. And so I remember when I was at Harvard, we counted 0. And I spent 3 years beating up everybody I could beat up to try to get them to report this stuff. And now they report $325 million in internal resources, and they went from like top 20 to top 8. So it's a lot of work, but we really, really need to do this. And my goal would be is to come up with a template on how to do this and how to count it and share it with the SUS and make sure that all the universities in Florida are doing this. So I know all of you are doing a lot of hard work in the research office and Kyle's, but I just want to let you know that this is a top priority for me.
Oh, so, we know. We know. It was helpful when you met with us.
Everybody
we are working on it. So, but I think we're capturing a lot of it, but we're trying to move all the rocks around to see what else we can find.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. President, one of the things that was interesting to me, I think we learned this during the retreat, there is no established methodology statewide, right? Everybody kind of does it differently. Which is what raises the questions you're raising. I didn't really know that until we had that discussion at the retreat. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we talked to the BOG and wanted to start counting these numbers, and we got a lot of pushback because they felt that the rest of the universities wouldn't be counting it this way. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to share a singular methodology with the entire system. I don't have any problem with that. When we did it at my last university, I shared it with all of our Ivy Plus colleagues after we did it because, we're trying to be apples to apples. But right now, the HERD survey is apples to oranges, and universities either overcount, like Michigan and Johns Hopkins, or are there other places that undercount like Harvard and maybe Florida State? But anyway, we'll work on it.
Well, at least we're in good company undercounting. I mean, all right. Anything else, Trustee Gonzalez?
No, that is it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're all looking forward to the new VPR. Our last committee, governance, Trustee Sasser. I'm fortunate enough to serve on Trustee Sasser's committee, and it was very robust this time.
Well, thank you for the time, Chairman Collins. It's good to be last. So it's something. That's my mission in life, to be last. Thank you so much. We did have a great meeting on Friday, June the 10th. Had a great Zoom meeting with the committee. A lot of the things that the governance committee does are real-time governance, things like reviews and approvals and policy updates and all the things that eventually go through, after going through the governance committee, end up going to the full board as a consent item. And that's what you saw this morning with a lot of those consent items that you approved. The action items that we talked about that ended up on the consent item, there were two. One was confirmation of nominations to the Direct Support Organization Board, DSOs, the Alumni Association, the Foundation, Seminole Boosters, Real Estate Foundation, Student Investment Fund, and the Ringling Museum. There was a question that arose as we went through those candidates and approved. There was a question about can individuals serve on more than one board at a time? And with a little research, there's really not a policy against serving on more than one board, but there is a practice that we've used in the past that prevented a conflict of that type. I will tell you that what you approved this morning, there were no conflicts of that nature. We approved it all. There was one before, but it was resolved, which is frankly the way I like. We'll bring it back up. We'll talk about it again, but I think this is one we can talk through. There's no reason to make a policy for something that you can manage otherwise up front. And I think that's the more graceful way of handling these things. So we appreciate all that the people do for us on these boards. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of time. Serving on more than one is difficult. I think it'll get easier maybe with alignment, but in the past, the meetings haven't aligned in such a way that that was an easy thing to do. So that was the first action item. The second action item was recommending approval of amendments to two DSO bylaws. The first one was the Alumni Association. The proposed modifications and what we approved this morning, a couple of provided for representation of the Seminole Tribe of Florida and for adjustments for board members in active military service. The amendments were reported favorably by a unanimous vote of the governance committee and passed on the consent agenda this morning. The second one was the modifications to the foundation bylaws. Those modifications would enhance the composition of the investment committee. That amendment was also reported favorably by unanimous vote of the governance committee and approved by the full board this morning. The next things that we talked about are two things, and I think you're going to see these on our governance committee agenda on a recurring basis because they're overarching large issues that I believe a lot of people own, but I think the governance committee can serve as a way of bringing it all together in one place so that we can walk through them. The reaccreditation process, for example, has begun. We asked Dr. Ruth Storm, Associate Provost and Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs, to attend our governance committee meeting, which she graciously did and did a terrific job providing an update on the status of the university's upcoming reaccreditation by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. Dr. Storm, I will tell you, is an expert. She gave me, a novice, an overview of the process for demonstrating the university's compliance with the SAC standards, the timing of the steps involved in becoming and becoming reaccredited, the board's role, and the board has a pretty large role in this reaccreditation process. Expectations of live interviews during site visits were discussed. Dr. Storm presented to the committee examples of the actions taken by our board annually, which demonstrate the board is meeting its duty as a governing board. So a lot more to come from that. It's a big process. It is a huge document. It's basically Florida State University making the case for why we should be accredited. And then there's a timeline that brings that all together. The certification report is due to be done by September 2023. Offsite peer reviews November 23. Our focused report and quality enhancement plan January 24. On-site peer reviews March of 24, and then action by the SACs December of 24. So it's a big process. There's a lot of data, a lot of people involved. With respect to that, there have been some recent legislative changes that we discussed regarding university reaccreditation. The reaccreditation process at FSU, UF, and FAU are already underway and will not be immediately affected by those recent legislative changes. The legislative action will not immediately impact FSU. Dr. Storm is participating in a state university system group who is working on implementation of that bill. So our voices are on that council. I've asked Dr. Storm if she would help in future governance committee meetings, as well as I'd like to get her on the agenda for the Board of Trustees full Board of Trustees at the appropriate time in this process. It's an important process. It's a large and complex process. And the board plays a large role in it. And I think it'd be great for you to hear what that role is going to be. The next item on our discussion as an information item was an update on the president's annual goals and evaluation. It's that time coming up. We did have a little wonky schedule this year. President McCullough started in August, I think about August 12th. It's either 12th or 22nd, I can't remember. But he didn't start at the first of the year, but he really put a lot of effort into getting on the ground, putting together some terrific goals and making progress towards those. I look forward to seeing those. That said, the committee, because of the late start and because the year finishes one day and you can't really have an assessment ready, self-assessment the next day, the committee adopted the following timeline for Dr. McCullough's evaluation process. By July 30th, Dr. McCullough will submit his self-evaluation to board members. The evaluation score sheet will accompany the self-evaluation and will be completed by more board members by August 15th and returned to Marissa Langston. Aggregate data from the evaluation score sheet will be provided to the board, and the evaluation will be an agenda item for our September board meeting. New business, and by the way, that's a schedule I think we liked for maybe memorializing that for future years. It feels like that would be one that might be more workable. The last item on our agenda, we had an open forum for committee members, which we always do. As the board continues to refine its processes, there's a desire for there to be a committee week designated approximately 3 weeks prior to the board meeting. That was one of the outcomes of the discussion at the committee meeting. We all like, and I kudos to Chairman Collins for implementing this process with the committees setting their own schedule and having their own agendas and running. I think it's great. It's robust. We're getting a lot of things in the open air, I think, by this and functioning better. It does put a lot of pressure, though, on people's work schedules, on both sides, the administration and as well as the committee members. So in order to have a little more certainty and being able to, we have to notice these meetings, I think it's 2 weeks in advance, at least 2 weeks in advance. We talked about, again, the practice of scheduling all of our committee meetings 3 weeks ahead of the board meeting. So in this case, our next board meeting is September. It would be somewhere in the last weeks of August. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but just as a matter of practice, if we could schedule them all during that week and get aligned on that, I think things would work better for everyone. That said, are there any, we adjourned the meeting at 11:32. We were only 2 minutes late, Chairman, at our meeting. So are there any questions or any commentary about the governance committee? That's all I have.
Any questions of Trustee Sasser? I don't have any comments. I think the idea for the committee week is great. It'll give everybody, as soon as they know when the Board of Trustees meeting is, they're going to know when committee week is. And like you said, staff will too. So I like that idea. And we'll look forward to the president's self-evaluation by the end of July. And we'll have that, and then we'll do it, and then we'll go over that evaluation in September. Okay. That brings me to my report. I don't really have anything to report other than just some dates for everybody. September 2nd through the 5th, we're calling that our Board of Trustees kickoff weekend. We will have a board dinner for those of you that are going to the FSU LSU game. We'll get together. We've sort of we worked out a nice thing with the president, and I think with the foundation. You know, we're going in early. We're going to do this at the Miami game too. We're going in a day early. We're meeting with donors. We're meeting with alumni. We're having a larger alumni meeting where we would attend. But then also we're doing a dinner for larger donors or donors to the university. And I think that we're going to try and set one of those up at the LSU weekend. The next board meeting is September 22nd through the 24th. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll have dinner Thursday night, the 22nd. We are going to come in early that day. We're going to go see some stuff on campus. Part of the reason to separate the committees was so that we're just not sitting there in Turnbull, but we're actually getting out and touching and seeing things. And we're putting together that schedule. We're going to go see a few things on campus, and then we'll have dinner the 22nd. We'll have our meeting the 23rd. And then we're going to have the student union ribbon cutting ceremony that weekend as well. And then we have a football game. And then October 13th through the 15th is the College of Business Alumni Hall of Fame, honoring, among others, Trustee Jim Henderson, who's our newest inductee into the College of Business Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Trustee Henderson. And then we're going to stick a shovel in the ground. We're going to have the groundbreaking, I should say, for the College of Business Legacy Hall. And then we play Clemson that weekend. October 27th through the 29th is the University Advancement All DSO board meeting. That's where they bring all the DSOs together. I always used to love attending those all DSO meetings, the dinners, because you got to meet people. I was on the foundation, but I got to meet people on the boosters and the Alumni Association, et cetera. And it was great. Ringling will come up as well. So that the University Advancement All DSO board meeting is the 27th through the 29th. November 9th, you might put this on your calendar, is the Florida Board of Governors Trustee Summit that they like us to attend. It's going to be at USF Health in Tampa. And then November 7th, 18th and 19th is the next board meeting. That's as far out as we have planned. So we're going to come in, have dinner, do an event on the 17th. We'll see some things on campus, have dinner, and then the meeting's on the 18th. And then we're hosting a football game. And an additional date to keep in mind, as I mentioned before, is November 4th, the Friday before the FSU Miami game. That's at Miami. We're going to do an alumni event, and we're going to do a donor dinner. And that's going to be hosted by Trustee De Las Cuevas Diaz Trustee Alvarez, former Trustee Pantine, and some other people down in Miami. And so we're going to do that. So if anybody wants to go down to that game, there's more than just the game to go to. That's it. I appreciate everybody doing. I just appreciate everybody doing this one day Zoom meeting. We had a lot of stuff that we have to get done and approve, and we needed to do it. And so I appreciate it. But I also appreciate everybody's robust committee meetings. I think we're doing a lot of good things, and it's a fun board to be on, I think, these days.
Chairman, can I make one more comment?
Yeah.
In my haste to try to help you end on time, came close, but not quite there. I forgot the most important thing about these meetings, and that is to thank all the people that made this happen. And the governance committee, for example, Carolyn Egan works she does a lot for FSU. And in addition to that, she does a lot to help me manage this and put together these agendas and get the participation that we need in order to move forward. Robin Blank's been great, our Chief Compliance and Ethics Officer. I really appreciate all that she's done for us and everyone else, by the way. I got to meet Undra, Mr. Baldwin, for the first time, and I will tell you, he's going to do a terrific job. He's a big part. I'm a fan, and I support the things that he's talking about doing. So he's going to be invited to a lot of governance committees, and we'll help. I don't want to be the audit chair, by the way. I'm not trying to infringe on that, but
I think he just raised his hand, Max. I think he just raised his hand.
I will be glad to offer that to you. No problem.
Well, you have a great chief audit officer, and I really wanted to thank him, as well as Dr. Storm, Associate Provost and Associate VP of Academic Affairs. She did a marvelous job of explaining in just a half hour, probably, a very complex and large task before us, and what she needs from the Board of Trustees, by the way, which I thought was an interesting way to think about that. But anyway, I want to thank all the staff, everyone that worked so hard to put these together. And we know you got a day job, and thank you so much for helping make this happen. Thank you, Pete.
I agree. I think all of us join you in thanking the staff and everyone. Last thing, is just a sort of an open forum. Any trustee have any comment or anything that they want to discuss before we end the meeting? I just want to give people.
I hate to say this, but I would like a little from the president. How are we doing? I know we're doing it. It sounds like we're making great progress with the cabinet and the staff, but overall, how's our HR functioning, and are we losing people? I think we were losing quite a few people there for a while. Is that getting better? Are we seeing some relief from that, or is that still going south, so to speak?
Yeah, I'm not the expert on that. Maybe Kyle could say something about it, but my feeling is that on the faculty side, we're doing a really good job at retaining most of the people. We have lost, I think, 3 law school faculty, that's been pretty bad. The staff side, we're way down on staff, and it's been really challenging to hire more staff. We have tried to attack, individual things like people at the foundation and fundraisers and the advisors, and go in and give them big raises and try to stabilize some of those areas at the university. But if you just look at facilities, for example, and the foundation itself, I mean, we're down 40-something people, I think, at the foundation. Mike Hartline would know. So right now, it's really pretty challenging. And given that we have to negotiate with the union, and we don't have clarity on what the raises are going to look like. The state is giving everybody over, whatever it is, 5.35, 5.8% raises. It's pretty challenging. I don't know, Kyle, Provost, do you want to say something?
what the president just said is very accurate. It's a very tough market right now with everything that's going on, and the Great Resignation definitely has impacted the university. We're working with our collective bargaining teams right now to advance a number of hopefully wage proposals that we hope to implement before the fall semester hits. That will definitely provide some assistance and some relief. We've had a pay plan study underway for the past several years that we're on the staff side that we're looking to put resources to make some adjustments, in addition to also looking at merit-based adjustments and other adjustments, and then also potentially having conversations relative to minimum wage and that sort of thing. So we are, from the HR standpoint, we're trying to give managers as many tools as possible in terms of, proactively going out and adjusting positions where they see a lot of turnover. We're encouraging telework in advance to try to retain more individuals where it makes sense and where supervisors want to do that. And we're trying to be proactive as much as possible so that we can help individuals, and really trying to provide quick turnaround. I know, like Dean Hartline had a situation last week where he had a DO that had a job offer, and we were able to counter it within 24 hours. And some of the culture is changing where people really are looking for that counter and they want to stay at the institution, and we're working hard to try to move that forward.
I would say this is a very, very challenging problem, Bob, and I'm not trying to be negative, but essentially there hasn't been across the board pay raises for people at the universities for I don't know how many years, 3 or 4 years. They've gotten bonuses, but not pay raises, 3% or whatever in their pay. And so that has led to, maybe they got the compensation, but when they look at how much they make per year, they see a lower number relative to their peers. And so it's really a 3 or 4 year problem. And then you tack on inflation, we're getting and then the Great Resignation, we're kind of getting killed a little bit. But we did get a lot of money from the legislature. We're going to try to attack it very aggressively. But I keep telling the faculty and staff that you got to bear with us. This is not a 1 year. We can't fix this in 1 year. It's going to take us 2-3 years to fix it. So give us, please be patient with us. But, I don't know. Jim, you want to add something to that?
Sure. I think, what the president and Kyle described are a lot of the systems issues that we're drilling down, analyzing, and we plan to address at a systemic level. But I know on the faculty side, similar to what Kyle was just discussing on the staff side, we have asked the deans since January to be very aggressive as soon as they hear of any faculty member leaving, to be in touch with me and to work hard to create a counteroffer situation. And many faculty have decided to do that. A lot of our faculty are being, there's a lot of attempts to poach our faculty. So we were talking earlier about the upsides and downsides of being a top 20 and rising in the rankings. Other universities see that and they start recruiting from our faculty ranks. And so we've spent a lot of time retaining faculty this year, even as we've been attracting new ones with searches. So we've been, I think we've done a good job. But I don't think anybody has left before. We have worked very hard to create a counteroffer. And many of these counteroffers have been accepted by the faculty member.
Well, thank you. We're not alone at FSU, by the way. It's across the country or maybe around the world. And whether you're in business or you're running a university, the HR function and retention of your best people is tough right now, especially. And we're not immune to any of that. I know you're doing all the best things, all the things you can do. I'm curious that we're making progress. And, a lot of it's money, and of course you have to be competitive and you have to be fair. Are there other things, though, that we should be looking at? I don't know what that is, by the way. I'm just saying in my business, it was always about, money, and then it was about the job itself, or just the relationship of the company with the individual. And I don't know what that means in a university. I really don't. I just put that out there. We want to be a great place to work and live and be compensated fairly. So those are the things. Thank you for giving me the update. I'm sorry for prolonging this meeting, but there's nothing more important, frankly, than our students and our professors and our staff and our administration, and that is the university. So
no, I agree. I appreciate that. Appreciate you bringing that up, Trustee Sasser. Okay, anybody else have anything? I may have any other comment? All right, if there's no further business, I will call the Board of Trustees meeting of Florida State University to a close. And we'll see you guys soon. I'm sure we'll be talking, and hopefully we'll have a baseball coach here in a couple of days. See you guys.